السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. حضورنا الكرام ومشاهدينا الأعزاء، نحن معكم بانطلاقة النهائيات الكبرى MPL MENA سيزن 6 والمؤهلة إلى كل هالأمور برعاية مون. تحدي كبير أجمل راح يكون معانا باليوم، بالذات أنه اليوم راح نتعرف على الفريق اللي راح يمثل المنطقة العربية. فالتحدي راح يكون قوي مبستي، مباراة تاريخية وما كانت متوقعة أبدا من لدى الفريقين. خل نرحب أكيد بتويستد وجي كي. طبعا الأمور كانت للغاية، كل اللاعبين راح مهم. خلونا أول لاعب سانجي من تويستد مايند.
Master defeat. Define your destiny.
واللاعب سومو من جي كي.
Our chances of winning is the same amount of my hair.
واللاعب اللي عمل المستحيل في المراحل السابقة من تويستد مايند، حودة يا جماعة الخير.
If you dream it, you can do it.
واللاعب الآخر زينو.
We are just 2 steps ahead.
واللاعب الآخر كوفين.
Choose your poison.
واللاعب القادم سمايل.
We are just better.
واللاعب القادم أيضا ترول.
Unleash your potential. Leave no regret behind.
واللاعب القادم أيضا جي.
The only threat is us, not them.
ونرحب أكيد بسانو.
Core is one step ahead of fear.
واللاعب الأخير كارفي.
The outcome is already clear.
زي ما انتم شايفين الجي كي وتويستد مايند جاهزين، ونسمع صفقة أخيرة الجي كي وتويستد مايند. Are you ready؟ متحمسين أكيد للساحة اللي راح تكون والتحدي الأكبر والأضخم في المنطقة مع موبايل ليجند. لكن قبل كل هالأمور خلونا نرجع للاستديو ونتعرف على المعلومات الذي نحتاجها قبل ما نبدأ البيست أوف 7.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يا أخي أن أختي، مرحبا في MPL MENA Season 6. That translates to greetings to all of you guys, my brothers and sisters. Welcome to MPL MENA Season 6 Grand Finals between Twisted Minds and also GK Esports here with me, Sheffin, Mirko, and Rashi. Mirko, how are you feeling, man? And what do you think about this Grand Finals overall? What can we expect?
Hey, I'm feeling great, man. I'm really excited to see the Grand Finals here. GK Esports, you know, their run has been phenomenal. I think it's just really cool to say GK Esports finally make it to the Grand Finals of MPL MENA Season 6. Twisted Minds, they're kind of always here in the Grand Finals anyways, right? Just barely not getting towards MSC 2024 last time around. But man, when you opened this up, I thought for a second that I got transferred over to the MENA stream, brother. Shout out to Chef in there. But yeah, man, I'm feeling great. I can't wait to see what the outcome is going to be for this amazing match.
It's gonna be super interesting. And don't forget, man, I'm 10% Arabic apparently. And also shout out to our sponsors too that made this event possible. Our presenting partner, Kiria, our partner in esports, Saudi Esports Federation, and also Bigo Life. And also this event is powered by Munton. Now, Arashi, I have some interesting talking points here from both of these teams. Mainly the coaches, man. It seems like no matter where we go in the Mobile Legends world, we cannot escape the Filipinos. Twisted Minds, they have Coach Lyric as the brains of the operation. Meanwhile, GK Esports, they have Yako, that has a lot of experience in PH region overall.
I mean, it's no surprise really, right? We see, you know, these great coaches with great mindsets here transferred over, spreading their influence all across the board. I think that's a bit of the positive of having the transfer possibilities, right? Having your region, if it's good enough, influence the other regions as well. Although, I must say, man, compared to the Filipino MPL, I feel like for the MENA region, it's always been a lot more all-in, a bit more exciting in a sense. So I'm really looking forward to these big clashes, right? The full-on all-ins without any real dances, you know? Because I think that's something that's very quite distinct. And that used to be a bit of an identity for the Indonesian MPL. So something I'm looking forward to for sure.
Yeah, speaking of distinct, Mirko, so there is this interesting system here in MPL MENA. Actually, the top four of MPL MENA, they have a really good record. At the very minimum, they are 5-2 in their matches. But in the fourth place, they actually have a 6-1 record in Team Falcons, and they didn't manage to get to the upper brackets, which kind of leads them to this position. But we're gonna talk about the Grand Finals here between Twisted Minds and GK Esports. Both of these guys, or both of these teams, has already secured a spot to have a chance in the M6, both wildcard and also in the main event. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting for these two teams, Mirko. Especially this guy, man, Carvey. We have seen him in M5 in a different team.
Oh, yeah. For sure, man. I mean, when he was playing for Deus Vault, right? Very cool to see him, you know, actually move over to the MPL MENA scene against R8 Esports. This is actually one of the teams that I was supporting personally throughout the regular season. They also were holding the record of 5-2, and you can definitely see with Carvey in the team, with the experience that he got all the way at M5 while he was working or playing together with the rest of Deus Vault, he's able to bring that experience down here to MPL MENA, where, you know, again, especially up against Falcon, like you said earlier, the defending champs kind of had a re-roster. No more Ding, no more Goodnight as well. Those two shining stars that we had to cast for, Arashi, in the last season's Grand Finals, unfortunately won't be here. It's very unfortunate not to see Falcon Esports. I would love to see them actually face off against maybe Twisted Minds or GK, but it just goes to show you how much the region is developed, right? Having a new representative already for the wild card and also for the M6 main stage. Twisted Minds, hey, I'm expecting big things for them. Honestly, for me, Twisted Minds should still be the favorite. Also, the way that they got all the way here, we can see that it's a bit different, right? It's actually GK who's managed to go and secure the upper brackets, where usually it's always Twisted Minds who are the favorites, who are the dudes that just are unbeatable.
And yeah, this you can see here the route to the championship between GK Esports and also Twisted Minds. And I agree with Mirko. Twisted Minds overall in this season, they have been very much dominating in from the statistics standpoint, even all across the board, man. Like the highest average KDA with 10 KDA, by the way. It is insane how much the gap is between GK Esports and Twisted Minds in terms of KDA, because GK Esports has only racked up a 7.84 KDA. That's like a 2-point difference. So again, Twisted Minds, they have to make this happen to be able to represent MENA in M6. As we can see here, the prize pool for the championship for MPL MENA Grand Finals. The first place will be getting $30,000, Rashi.
Oof, man, that's a hefty amount, dude. And again, it's just great to see all these other regions develop, and having a lot mix also means a lot more exciting matches, man. For both these teams, that's something that's very big. It can really be a plus, like a motivational aspect for them in the Land of Dawn, but also a huge deal of pressure, right? If they really want that prize pool, they gotta bring out the best, bring out the A game right here. And like I said earlier, I feel like Twist still definitely is a bit of the favorite, but in this season, man, I think in all across the board, in all the other regions, it's just been a very unexpected type of season. So I think a lot of people are just looking forward to seeing some real surprises here coming in, either from the drafts or even the execution coming in from both these teams.
Yeah, especially from the draft standpoint. Apparently in MPL MENA, this is the region that has picked Chip the most out of all of the regions in the world. 7 times Chip has been picked, and even then, the average of contests or the picks and bans ratio of Chip is not even the first among all the heroes in Mobile Legends. The first hero has been contested in the draft has been Hylas, Mirko. That is interesting.
It's been very interesting to see, again, the developments of Chip not being super heavy prio in MENA, but it just goes to show you, I feel like, the way that they play the game isn't really super macro-oriented. There's still a developing region, obviously. There's still a region that relies heavily on a lot of these team fights happening. And for Chip, we've seen as well, just in MPL Indonesia, teams who are very reliant on just pure mechanical skill, teams who are very reliant on pure team fighting, they don't do too well when they get given the Chip. But obviously, after saying that, we can take a look at the statistics, and for Falcons, it's been really good. For the rest of the other teams, we really haven't seen much of the Chip. It's only GK who's played it now in the Grand Finals. Twisted Minds have never picked it up, actually, in the entirety of this season so far. So I think Chip should still be a pretty contested pick as we get into the Grand Finals still, especially for a team like GK and also for a team like Twisted Minds. Both of them should be able to actually get an advantage, especially if they can get that macro, that honestly ridiculous, broken macro advantage that the Chip brings to the table.
But there is some counter plays, as you probably know, the audiences as well. A lot of regions has been racking up their brains to counter the Chip. Even Balearic has been showing at MPL PH. And this is going to be interesting after we're watching MPL PH earlier, like how much this region has caught up to one of the best in the world. As you can see here, the starting lineup for GK Esports: Shen, Carvey, Smile, Sino, and Samo. And interestingly enough, at the introduction earlier, Samo said something along the lines of, our chances of winning is the same as my hair, Rashi.
As my hair. Yeah, man, that caught me off guard, dude. Showing again the confidence, but also a great sense of humor, man. You love to see a player just crack jokes just like that, even though, in theory, this should be a high-pressure situation. I don't expect that there's going to be a lot more AoE emphasis in the drafting phase, because again, with the Chip potentially let go, there's going to be a lot more pressure to really have tools available to try and counter that. So the Hylas could be a partial reason for that. But again, in this, for what it seems to be a very front to back, just dive heavy style coming in for MENA here, Hylas just brings so much value here. A lot of sustain, and also a lot of ways to guarantee that a fight can happen when you need it to happen, right? Because it's not just for you, it's for the whole team as well. So it's quite a diverse tool here in the right hands for sure. But I feel like we got to talk about the Aurora pick too, Shevin, because with all this team fights happening, those AoE crowd control tools have been so important, and the Aurora has been just spiking up in popularity, man.
Yep, as you can see from the statistics, our Aurora is the third most contested heroes out of all the heroes in the Mobile Legends in MPL MENA. And technically, if you want to really break it down, even though it's not really used anymore, Edok in MPL Indonesia has been using it as a roamer. Even Oh My Venus said that there is some potential. There's been some potential of Aura bringing up as the roamer, even though it's mainly mid laner. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting between GK and Twisted Minds because the stakes are as high as ever. M6 in Malaysia and possibly maybe winning it all, and that might be, you know, a game changer in the whole Mobile Legends scene, man, because like we need some more new winners in the international regions.
We definitely.
But yeah, we have something that you
definitely
might want to watch here. We have a feedy for you.
ان شاء الله جاهزين للفاينل، وطبعا بنجهز كويس جدا، والكوتش بتاعنا هيشيل البريشر من على التيم، والتيم اصلا عنده بطولات كتير وعنده خبره مع الستيج اكيد، فان شاء الله هنقدر نتعامل وهنقدر ناخد البطوله ان شاء الله بكره. هو التيمات طبعا ما بتوصلش لمكان بعيد في الام 6 او في البطولات العالميه بسبب ان مفيش كوتش كويس او المينتاليتي بتاعت البلاير مش كويسه. ان شاء الله احنا اتخطينا ده السيزون ده وجبنا بلايرز على اعلى مستوى ان احنا نقدر ننافس في الام 6 ونوصل ان شاء الله لمربع الذهب. طبعا الاداء هيبقى بسبب الكوتش اكيد والبراكتس الكتير والمينتاليتي بتاعت البلايرز والسينرجي وكل الكلام ده. طبعا ده هيتحسن مع البراكتس اكتر، وان شاء الله هتشوفوا مننا حاجه كويسه. اكشلي اتس تيم سبيريت، تمام، عشان ده كان معانا كارفي كان بيلعب في تيم سبيريت قبل كده، فاحنا حابين ان احنا نلعب التيم ده.
السلام عليكم، حياكم الله، معكم اخوكم عبد العزيز مهنا ومعروف بالرياضه الالكترونيه هنكي، متواجد مع تويستد مايندز كاداري لهذا النادي، واكيد اللاعبين اللي راح يمثلون ان شاء الله المملكه العربيه السعوديه والمينا بشكل عام باكمل صوره. صراحه استراتيجيات كثيره يمكن تدور في اذهان الجميع، لكن بالنهايه هي اغلاط حصلت معنا في ريجولر سيزون في بدايتنا، لكن اكيد الفريق قاعد يتحسن خطوه ورا خطوه، والاهم اللي شفناه في اللور براكت في البلاي اوفز، الاداء اللي كان بعودة تويستد مايندز وعادة الروح مرة ثانية يعطي صورة كاملة لهذا النادي اللي بالجراند فاينل راح يقدم أفضل ما عنده، وكذلك إن شاء الله بالام 6 راح نحط صورة ومعنى كبير للمينا. إلى الآن صراحة ما في فريق بالمينا أخذ المركز الأول في أي بطولة عالمية، لكن أكيد إحنا كريجن الآن قاعد يطلع إلى الأفضل وكل مرة قاعد يتحسن من سنة ورا سنة، وتحديدا لما تشوف لعيبة خارجيين فلبين أندونيسيين وجميع المناطق الغربية اللي كانت متواجدة معنا في الريجن حقنا، يدلك أن التنافس قاعد يزداد عندنا، وكذلك اللعيبة المحترفة ازدادت، فهذا يدل ان احنا سنه ورا سنه خطوه ورا خطوه ما راح نطمع على طول مركز اول، اكيد احنا ودنا مركز اول، لكن اكيد نتمنى نشوف يوم من الايام التنافس هذا يستكمل الى المراحل النهائيه في الام 6 تحديدا هذه، حتى ان شاء الله في المواسم القادمه نشوف بنفسنا كمركز اول ونحتفل معاهم لاي نادي عربي. نادي تويستد مايندز يعني تعب كثير جدا من سنتين، قاعدين يحاولون اللاعبين نفسهم اللي كانوا في منظمه اخرى ثم جاءوا تويستد مايندز هم طامحين انهم يمثلون الريجن المينا بشكل عام على اكمل صوره. اللي صار معاهم من عقبات في هذه كل الانديه اللي متواجده معنا عالميا او محليا، فاليوم نشوف لاعبين قاعدين يضحون باوقاتهم، اوقات دراستهم، قاعدين يحاولون ينظمون الاوقات اللي بين الدراسه واللعبه المفضله عندهم موبايل ليجندز، فهذا يدلك كوتش ليريك وكل من كان وراه كذلك داريت الاسيستنت كوتش واللاعبين المتواجدين كلهم قاعد نشوف تغييرات حصلت معانا في البلاي اوفز، هذا يدلك ان الفريق راح يضحي باي حاجه عشان يوصل للمراحل النهائيه في الام 6. بدون وايلد كارد خلونا على الام 6. قبل ما اجي مع هذا الفريق كان يتنافس في بطوله سابقه لنادي تويستد مايندز مع فريق فايرفلوكس، خسر 3-2 بعد ريمونتادا من فايرفلوكس، فانا طمعان كاداري اني اشوف مره ثانيه فايرفلوكس يتنافس معنا عشان نهزمهم ونفوز عليهم، وتحديدا اللاعب روزا بالميد عشان كوفن راح يرد له الصعصعين.
Wow, a lot of confidence. Even at the end, kind of talk a bit of trash towards Rosa, the mid laner of Fireflux Esports after their loss. Bitter too. It's bitter, man. But yeah, I like the mentality of these players. I'm not saying that they are, you know, deluding themselves, but as an athlete overall, you have that kind of I'm the best mentality. I can take on any guys that I want to take on, Rashi.
I think that's something that Mirko can very clearly relate to, I would say. Because, you know, Mirko has that confidence, man. And you need that confidence if you're going to be making outplays in the line of dawn in front of all these players. And I think what really strikes a note with me is the fact that they highlighted the amount of sacrifice that both teams have really gone through. And the fact that this means so much to them that they're willing to go all the way to the end, man, to ensure that they can make something amazing out of all of their efforts and their concentrated cooperation.
I think it's just really cool to see, right? Especially considering, especially for GK. For Twisted Minds, we've kind of seen these players grow. We've kind of seen these players in the international scene many, many times before. But for GK, this is such a new thing, I think, in MLBB. Because for the most part, we see a lot of imports, yes. But like Sheffin said at the opening of, the MPL MENA Grand Finals, we see mostly Filipino imports. For Twisted Minds, their coach, we actually used to have a lot of different Filipino players coming in, playing in MPL MENA. Falcons, again, to say a few names, it's Ding and Goodnight. Now we see a player from Mongolia, Rauzino, actually into the lineup of GK Esports, and a player all the way from Norway in Carvi. It just goes to show that MLBB is growing, not just in the Middle East, not just in Southeast Asia. I can't wait to see what the picks are going to be and what Carvi and Zeno can bring to the table as imports from a nation and a region that not a lot of people paid a lot of attention to.
So we're gonna take it into the draft for game number 1 of the grand finals of MPL MENA season 6, and right away the chip ban. Even though it's not really, it is still very much prio in MENA region. A 98% contest both picks and bans for this hero, as the third ban from Twisted Minds is going to be the Harith. A very mobile heroes, and also the Jushin. As you can see in MPL PH earlier, the Jushin has been one of the most picked heroes for some of the teams that really like to play it, Mirko.
It really is. I think looking at the first phase bans, though, it's actually quite interesting the fact that the Suyo has been left completely ignored. Don't know if they actually want to give Twisted Minds Hoda, someone who's very agile on these assassins, very skilled on the assassins, a chance to pick off a Suyo. Where, I've just literally watched MPL Philippines just earlier today, and we can see that the Suyo pick, the contention rate on that pick is ridiculous. Every single team wants to go and pick it up in the first phase, or they would ban it out. With the Juicin banned out, though, it does leave a few other heroes open. Like you said, the Hylos is a top prio pick here, but also, if we take a look at other regions, the Gatot Kacha has been finding so much success. And I think for MENA, it should also be a top pick considering how teamfight reliant they are.
I mean, as expected, the Suyo comes through right here, though. And man, yeah, the Gatot Kacha, it's been so good because it's so flexible, so many different uses. In theory, right? If the Hylas can be finding that much success, then the Gatot Kacha, in theory, should also find the same, if not more success. There are more ways to use it, macro-wise, and even teamfight-wise. You're not just tanky, but you're also doing a lot of damage if you can get that 1v1 against your opponent's main damage dealer. So now with this, with the Suyo actually banned away for Twisted Minds, it's got a lot of potential here, but you have to wonder what exactly is the plan. Do they want to try and establish the control first, some strong laners, or do they really want to hide some of those matchup reliant picks for later on, Shevin?
Okay, so Gatot Kacha comes right away. As you said earlier, the flexibility both in the draft and also in the gameplay, and you can play a bit aggressively and use the Avatar of Guardian not as an engage tool, but just to get away from the dangers. And combined with the durability, it's just gonna be so much trouble that this guy's gonna bring to the table. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's still going to be the Hylos, the most contested pick in the whole MENA region, and also a Faramis right away after the Gatot pick, Mirko.
Yeah, that's an early Faramis, man. Not too big of a fan of the Faramis this early. We've seen kind of a fall off in the Faramis pick rate and also the Faramis win rate across the different regions here, knowing that it can be countered by a lot of the big picks like even Yves here, especially considering, again, you have the Gatot Kacha, so technically you already have a frontliner that can help and enable someone like a Yves, a front to back from happening. And we've been seeing these box to box kind of compositions work in MPL PH even. And not to mention, with the Gatot Kacha, this is still a flex pick, right? I mean, that's the same thing for the Hylos, but I think they can still go for an alpha pick here to enable the Gatot Kacha and go for more. But hey, that's Hoda. That is Hoda, Arashi.
Oh man, dude, the Aurora, the pick we were highlighting just earlier, finding so much success, having so much more control in these big team fights, and the Fanny, dude. Oh boy, in the hands of Hoda, that's definitely a big threat. And we've seen the Faramis sometimes struggle, right, against these assassins forced out that Netherrealm so early on. You have to remember, if it does get casted and the Faramis falls during the duration, the whole team kind of gets locked in animation, in the silence, the stasis. So it's gonna be a big problem for you, but for Geekay, they're going with the Jawhead as well. They're just trying to fight fire aggression with aggression, Shevin.
Okay, I wonder what's gonna be like the specific interaction that they're looking for here. Is it just a counter for the Fanny? Is it just an unstoppable force, which is literally unstoppable towards Aurora? Or because this is a very peculiar pick, Mirko. You don't see a Jawhead being picked after these kind of picks from Twisted Minds at all in any region.
Yeah, most definitely, man. The Jawhead pick into not even using the high-lows as a flex technically here, right? So definitely giving Twisted Minds an easier route, I would say, in the second phase of bans. And it does seem like for Twisted Minds, they're setting up perfectly for something like a Harith too. Going up against a Jawhead, a Faramis, a Harith could really get a lot of value there up against a composition that is a bit too all-in. And especially with the Purify that the Harith can bring, oh, they ban out the Edith and the Taunt, so Harith left open. Perhaps GK might want to go for the Harith themselves here, but Twisted Minds, they actually surprisingly banned out the Julian, which is, again, interesting to me. It seems like for the Julian, it's a good pick, especially up against a Fanny, especially up against a lot of these lockdown heroes. You have a lot of untargetable abilities, but still, with the Julian, you kind of lock your gold lane to only physical damage rushing.
The Julian, huh? For both teams, they have a 4-1 record so far with that Julian, so it seems to be a pick that really works well. If they want to go for that scrappy brawl composition, we know that the Julian can be flexible, can be quite surprising in some cases as well. And maybe in the clear speed, that's also something that the Julian has over the Fanny, sort of. But the fact that there's now the Natan and the Edith both banned away by Geekay, if they go for the Harith here, I feel it's going to be not enough damage to deal with the Gatot. They go for the Moskov. But again, in the 1v1 against the Fanny, there's a bit of outplay potential there, but against the Gatot Kacha, I feel like that's where the real trouble is for Geekay.
Ooh, I might be thinking that they're a bit tunnel visioning on the Fanny here, not knowing that the Harith is still open for the taking for Twisted Minds. And yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think the main idea for Twisted Minds in the second banning phase was to just kind of eliminate the combo from the Jawhead and also a potential assassin that can burst down the Fanny with Ejector as well. So yeah, both teams are kind of thinking to kind of counter the specific picks of these two teams.
Yeah, I think the Alpha would actually be a pretty solid pick to go for now for GK Esports to round up their drafts, having a bit more of that utility later on. But we do get to see the Claude first and Xborg actually show up. So the Gatot Kacha will be sent down to the roaming position, and there'll be an Xborg in the XP to go up against the Hylos, which has already been confirmed with the Jawhead pick, right? No flex potential on the Hylos. It will be going to XP. And for GK, I might have to take that back. I don't think you want to go for Alpha now, especially after the Xborg, after the Claude. You can't really target anyone, so they go for an Assassin, and it's going to be the Joy. There we go. The Joy pickup, a little bit of magic. They needed that with the Moscow physical damage in the gold lane, and now they have a full rounded up draft. Let's see.
I mean, there's a lot of potential right here, but dude, with all the AoE available for Twisted Minds, I really do question the impact that the Nether Realm is going to have in this game from Geekay. They can't force the engage with the Glorious Pathway and the Jawhead ejected combo. We've seen it attempted in our own region actually, but with all the follow-up available and with the Gatot Kacha being potentially the main frontliner they have to target and burst through, it's going to be a tall order. They got to try and outmaneuver Twisted Minds from the macro to get those setups to find success in those team fights, Shevin.
Yeah, and this is it. Game number 1. The decider on who's going right away to M6, the grandiose stage of Mobile Legends esports in Malaysia. Both teams are looking for that glory in this very stage with the confidence, with the mentality, and with their picks. So far, it has been nothing sort of amazing, nothing sort of outside of my expectations. The Joy, the Jawhead. This is something that you don't really see in other regions out there, as we are going to go in the Land of Dawn in a second.
Here it is, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the Grand Finals game number 1. GK Esports with an early game-centric draft with Xeno. A lot of pressure on him to snowball, but Twisted Minds, it's just classic Twisted Minds MLBB in game number 1.
So a lot of pressure, a lot of clear, and a lot of ways for Twisted Minds to really push their will onto Geekay Esports, honestly. With the Fanny, though, in the hands of Hoda, there's a lot more danger for Geekay Esports, so they gotta be a bit more calculative in how they want to play this out. I mean, they're already sending the Jawhead to try and help out with the clearing speed so that Xeno on the Joy can maybe get a bit more time to really farm up, to really match up to the EXP difference. But we have a pause right off the bat.
Yeah, we're gonna try to figure out the problem here that we have, and let's talk about the regular season matchup between these two, because so far in the regular season, the only loss that GK experienced, or two losses that they experienced, was against Team Falcons and also their counterpart right now in the Grand Finals of MPL MENA Season 6, Twisted Minds, with the score of 2-1. Like, do you think this is gonna be something that comes into play here? Or like give Twisted Minds kind of a mental advantage, Rashi?
Oh, I feel like for Twisted Minds, yeah, they it's kind of an assuring thing that you've beaten them already. Changes, right? I mean, the last couple of matches is kind of so far long ago that they don't really know what they're up against, right? And in fact, being in the shoes of Geekay Esports, you know that this is a team that beat you before. So there's a bit more drive there to try and find something, to try and maybe avenge that loss. So that is something that I think can work both ways. It all depends on how the coach kind of frames it for the players. But looking at the drafts earlier, I mean, there's a lot of good deal of respect for both teams, man. The Purify is definitely still making it through. And with the Revitalize still on both the quote-unquote main tanks, I feel like with the Hylos being in the EXP lane and with the Garakacha being in the roaming position, that kind of sets up Twisted Minds to be able to actually do more in the early game. And the fact that they have a Fanny on top of that, that's where I think Geekay Esports at least need to be a bit more cautious here, at least for the moment, for the early game, Shepard.
Yep, and into the early game we go in the first game after the pause. And don't forget, to all of you guys out there, there is a giveaway here for you to have a chance to win 1,000 diamonds. Just predict who's gonna win this match with the exact score in the comments, and also your ID as well to have a chance for 1K diamonds in your account.
Woo.
And now, Mirko actually Joy in this regular season for Xeno. He had a 2-1 record on this hero, so maybe it's kind of a signature as well for this guy.
Yeah, man, you read my mind. I was about to talk about the Joy. Because all in Indonesia, at least in our region, right, we don't really see too many players actually pick up the Joy and find a lot of success on it. When they do pick up the Joy, it usually does suffer from a loss. We see that as well in a lot of the MPL Philippine games, man. Joy really hasn't been able to find a lot of success in this meta. But hey, like you said, Xeno, seems like he finds a lot of comfort on this pick. And so far, he, I guess, wants to try to utilize that mobility to outmaneuver Twisted Minds, to dodge away from their very resource-reliant draft, right? Because for Cuffin, for Sanji and Troll, once they use those big ultimates, I feel like GK Esports should have a way to kind of like outpace them, especially with another round later. Troll walking up already, getting hit by the missile. Shen comes in with the ejector. Unfortunately, no one there to follow it up, but you can see that damage from the Jawhead already coming in. Hoda walking in with the cables, cut through, finding first blood early on. Man, Shen overextending. Another round popped in already. Sanji, last insanity. Smiles should be able to escape. No, that's a flicker. Sanji gets the last insanity to the back, finding another. And now it's going to be Samuel looking for the trade. Pops into Glorious Pathway, but gets frozen down. The Frigid Glacier actually also gets used up here. Twisted Minds on route for the first turtle. Should be getting it for free. No contest from GK Esports.
Ooh, an absolutely ideal start coming in from Twisted Minds on the Fanny as well. You usually see the Fanny just gotta try to secure the purple buff before the turtle fight even begins, or even concedes the turtle objective game for a lot of teams out there, but they managed to take it all, Rashi.
And that's why you have to abuse the Garakacha in the early game. You saw GK Esports try and go for the aggressive play, using the Jawhead, the additional damage up to 10% from the passive of the Jawhead to try and burst down the Garakacha. But Troll with the Revitalize is just a bit too tanky there. Now, being on the back foot, Hoda is trying to assert his dominance right here. He still has to be careful about all the card control. Single target card control that can be landed onto him on that Fanny. But for Geekay Esports, they're definitely feeling the pressure right here. Even in the laning phase, you're seeing that there's an advantage in clear, but Zeno,
Just with electrifying beats, forcing out the last insanity. Hoda coming in as well, but I think it's the wrong targeting here. Sanji will be caught by the rhythms. Zeno going back and forth, finding the kill. Cuffin with the flicker to freeze, not finding anyone. The Avatar of the Guardian able to catch onto Zeno to taunt as well. Cuffin, Frigid Glacier, Zeno still able to dash out to safety. And Geekay Esports were able to just outplay that big play from Twisted Minds.
Finally, some retaliation from Geekay Esports. Not the greatest of layering of CCs coming in from Twisted Minds there. As we're gonna go into the 5th minute of the game. Arashi, what do you think what's gonna happen in the mid game here compared to the early game where Hoda definitely has the advantage? As we can take a look at the items here.
Whoa! Cutthroat Smile just assassinated again. Hoda on the Fanny. We were talking about these fighters in the jungle, but no, man, when you have Hoda, you gotta give him this Fanny.
that's lethal stuff coming out of Hoda right there, man. Geekay Esports, again, like to answer your question, Chef, Minds, you can expect them to keep going with this tempo, man. There's nothing to stop them, as Zeno becomes the next victim as well. Smile, you can see that there's a rotational difference right here. Minds always finds themselves ahead when it comes to the rotations, so Geekay Esports are always late. In fact, the fact that Geekay Esports kind of got the advantage on the top side earlier, getting the pickup onto Sanji, that was surprising to me. As we go into the mid game, Twisted Minds are gonna go for dives. They're gonna go for more team fights, man. This is the style that they like.
Oh, I was kind of worried about the export pick earlier. It is a counter for the Hylos, but in terms of setup, the EXP laners that you usually see in this patch, it's not really the greatest out there. But then Troll and also Coffin that sets up all the team fights, all the kills perfectly. Just kind of, replacing that setup potential from the EXP lane.
Yeah, there's so many ways to play around this here. The abundance of Crow really is what is kind of discouraging Geekay Esports words. They already have the respect there with 2 Purifies, but for now, until they can kind of buy time, it's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, I really think it is going to be difficult for them, especially considering now for the Jawhead. There's definitely a time limiter for Geekay Esports. They need to find something back, but it does seem like for now they're just going to have to rely on Carvey to get his item Power Spikes, Arashi.
Right, the Power Spikes for the Moskov, definitely a massive tool, but I really feel like they got to find ways to really isolate Twisted Minds as well, because again, in a big team fight, even with the NetherRealm advantage, it's going to be quite difficult. They have to try, I think you have to kind of bait Hoda into some of these situations, because he's just going in every single time, dude.
He doesn't stop, man. He really doesn't with those cables. Even when he has 0 energy, man still finds enough to go and put on one more cable for the show.
Man, it's just so hard to fight against this composition from Twisted Minds, because when you think about it, the Gatot Kacha from Troll and also Hoda can cover a lot of grounds. Even if you don't really you have a clear vision of 20 yards from your hero, it's still not safe because Troll and Hoda is always there.
Yeah, Hoda, even though he got stunned there, still able to pick up the turtle for free. Only just a bit of the Faraga armor chunked down from Zeno. And it's not often that we see this, man. A Fanny actually control the neutral objective. 3 turtles for free to Twisted Minds. Sheffin, what is this?
I just don't know, man. When I see in other MPLs out there, the Fanny's always, might have just conceded the objectives. Might have just taken the safe route and used my purple buff to further my advantage in the team fight. But right now, Twisted Minds, I feel like they're playing these setups perfectly from Troll and Coffin. So that way they have all the pressure in the world. Meanwhile, in top lane though,
okay, Spirit of Misery actually catching him. Good to Stampede as well. Now the Assault Force chasing him all around. Hoda still able to get the cables to get out. Now Shen forced to use the conceal defensively. Ooh, that could have been a big blunder. Troll finding the taunt. Frigid Glacier to full stun and lockdown to get Zeno out of there. Ice Cold and Fire from Sanji.
when you finally thought, it's still going on after the Guardian.
NetherRealm as well. The freeze not connecting, forcing Smile to get the Purified down. Man, Twisted Minds, they're not stopping Arashi.
It's non-stop, dude. Every single time. What is that interaction, dude? The unstoppable force chasing down the cables. Hoda's gotta calm down a bit here. Geekay Esports definitely looking for ways to try and punish him. They gotta kind of coordinate better here. They're spending some of the resources occasionally, but they have to try and spend it together. Kirby now picks up the golden staff, so there is more damage to throw around. But still, at 8 minutes, the damage coming in from an X-Borg, from a Fanny, from the God of Kacha even. Troll now has the Thunderbelt as well, so he has a bit of utility and damage, and he's gonna start scaling more and more. So this is where he wants to be as annoying as possible, going for those short 1 or 2 second trades, just to proc and just get tankier to try and scale better into that late game.
They have to use all the tools in the world. Geekay Esports have that far lane pressure on the Moscow, but I feel like Twisted Minds right now, they're just gonna take this one no problem at all, unless the Joy wants to go in.
So far, doesn't look like it. Does look like they're still going to play this Lord Dance again with the resets. They have the way to actually utilize the Fanny to clear out the side lane, so no pressure at all for Twisted Minds. It's still a 3.5k gold lead that are holding on to. It's Hoda, as long as he keeps farming, that Hunter Strike is building up as well. They're going to hold on to this Lord, man.
Good news though from Geekay Esports. Zeno already secured the Holy Crystal. That is a big power spike item at this point of the game. Can burst down anyone he wants to. Glorious Pathway.
Good Glorious Pathway with the Frigid Glacier actually stops him now. Hoda walking in, getting the cutthroat, but it's only onto the Nether Realm. Avatar of the Guardian finding three, blazing duet coming down. Able to find a whole lot of damage. Zeno taken out. Good Purify out, but the horse does a bit too much damage. Troll will punch him back to the ground though as Sanji tries to burn Smile down. But he's still able to walk away from this one. It is a 3-4-1. The gold lane traded for 3 big members. And it seems like Twisted Minds will be able to get the first Lord of the game for free.
Man, it's kind of a lose-lose situation from Geekay Esports. If they don't group up, they cannot execute the Nether Realm perfectly. But if they do group up, that's what's gonna happen, Arashi. The Avatar of Guardian, the stuns coming in from Coffin as well.
Everything has landed really well right there for Geekay Esports. Looking at the replay here, there was a big dive towards Sano, and in the end, they were able to actually get him, but look at what cost. Wise, they were all funneling right into that small hallway there, small corridor in the jungle, and Twisted Minds wasted no opportunity, just gunning him down, shredding them through with all the AoE. Now with the Lord available, they can kind of push the tempo here onto Geekay Esports.
Man, oh man,
continue
already.
this siege, man.
Yeah, mid-game or mid-turret. It's already secured by Twisted Minds, and they're about to get another one in the top lane. And this is so far has been going quite perfectly for Twisted Minds as they already got the Holy Shield as well. Oh, Avatar of Guardian.
Oh, interesting one by Troll with the Avatar of the Guardian. Now going on to Samo, who still has the Revitalize. Will be able to pop it in time. Troll right there to clean up shit. Oh, Lethal Ignition not even necessary. Sano guns him down. Now a Blazing Duet. A good stun, or freeze rather, on towards Samo and Smile. But both of them will still be able to escape. No base turrets taken down for now, but there's a big wave coming down in the mid lane again. And for you guys back at home, Soar Beyond Limits, go and check out that key to go and take maybe a skin for yourself. Sano able to pick that up. Cutthroat over Hoda. A bit too overzealous. Caught under the base. Taking out Zeno. Now the electrifying beats. It's also the Spear of Destruction coming out. Zeno taking down a freeze over from Cuffin. And Carvey will fall as well. Even with the Glorious Pathway, they're unable to really threaten Sanji or Troll.
That looked really good right there from Carvey with a Spear of Destruction, but unfortunately the damage is a bit too much coming in from Coffin and crew. And my goodness, Hoda gotta pump the brakes a little bit at this point, man.
Definitely being a bit too aggressive right there. I mean, the whole team is just going in YOLO, because you saw how Troll just use the Avatar of the Guardian, just go and dive the base with a real reason, right? Just to zone, just to assert dominance. Definitely having to, calm themselves down a bit. But for Geekay Esports, it really seemed like the moment for them to capitalize on. Carvey catching them off guard with the Spear of Destruction, but gets breasted down in the end. A bit too behind, too much damage in the hands of Twisted Minds. Maybe that's a canon event for Carvey. We'll have to see how this goes, man. He has the Wind of Nature now, so more ways to really outplay. But with Sanji in the picture, on the expert doing true damage, I mean, now he can deal with Hoda, but he still won't be able to really walk in front and kind of deal damage reliably. His troubles have only just begun.
Yeah, it really is danger wherever he go. Even the Avatar of Guardian, Coffin is ready to stun him up. Just a bunch of CCs, a bunch of controls. He's waiting for Carvey in the late game. Considering that he's gonna be the most sought commodity, it looks like it's gonna be Concealed Blade. Oh!
Oh, Xeno almost getting caught there. The taunt comboed with the Frigid Glacier, not enough. That Lord will just be given for free. Samo! So the glorious pathway actually towards the Cutthroat, not even needed, man. He just gets melted down to Avatar of the Guardian. It's used up, but Smile was able to purify out. Now Shen, running to the wrong side of the map, but Twisted Minds won't be able to cut him off in time. So that movement speed when you pop in the ejector, enough to get him away for now. Troll, so trying to go for the chase. Cuffin just going for that poke. And with Samo down and an enhanced Lord in the mid lane, is this an end angle for Twisted Minds? Another cable from Hoda. They're going to be able to get one base turret down. That's a base turret up top taken out. 2 base turrets to play with now. Another wave coming down. Xeno going for a little bit of poke. Twisted Minds. Seems like they want to go for that end angle. Carvey already. Shen with the ejector. Purify out. Blazing Duet coming down on the Shen. Taken out completely. Even with another realm smile. Will not be able to survive now. Carvey hiding back. But the last Insanity was still able to dish out some damage. There an SOD onto the back as well. Unable to connect onto it. Unable to just dash over. It's a good defense from GK Esports, but they've lost 2 massive base turrets.
What a play coming in from Xeno. He took the unorthodox route, Arashi. He came from the back, and they didn't expect it at all. This is why he has the highest KDA out of all the junglers in MPL MENA.
All things considered, man, 3, 4, and 1. Not the greatest stats, but he's keeping up when it comes to the farm there. Look at his gold. Actually keeping up with Hoda. But Hoda now has a BOD to really secure those assassinations. But for Xeno, he has the advantage of having AoE damage as well. If Coffin and Sano don't really mind their positioning, if GK Esports can find a moment to catch him off guard. Oh, Sano!
Oh, Sano! Unstoppable force to chase all the way down to the bottom lane. GK able to find a trade, but luckily for Twisted Minds, no neutral objective is up.
Yeah, this is the drawback of having a Fanny, the map, or you can really control the bushes here if you're playing on Assassins. Not like if you play an Alpha or maybe a Suyo, you can be a bit more agile in the bushes, but in Fanny, you have to wait in the back and try to wait for the setup from your teammates, and that is why they were able to get some map vision there in the bottom lane, even though the whole turrets that they have has been annihilated from GK Esports, as we have a pause here from the side of Twisted Minds, I believe. And don't forget, guys, you can predict the score in the comments or in the chat right now to have a chance at a 1K diamonds. Yes, 1K diamonds for 10 of you each, okay? Not just 1,000 divided by 10. That's a lot of diamonds.
Up to 10K diamonds.
Diamonds, man.
So you're seeing it again. Another code here available for you guys back at home. But man, now we can kind of slow down a bit. And what was that, dude? Sano is caught really so far away from all the safety of the structures of his team as well. Twisted Minds, you're seeing some cracks here in the execution. It's been a great early game with a ton of aggression. But you have to remember that GK Esports, they have tools still to try and kind of fight back in the late game. They do have the macro play with the Spear of Destruction. Coffin?
Okay.
Close.
I reacted before the pause because I thought Coffin actually walked out. Avatar of the Guardian Troll able to find the Carvey in the pack. The broken Gatot Kacha able to one-shot Carvey even with the Netherrealm intact. What is this hero, man?
Oh, when you thought we were gonna slow down, when you thought, Carvey had all the time in the world in the pause to prepare for his next move, you didn't expect the Spanish Gatot Kacha Inquisition, man, coming with the Avatar of Guardian.
Nobody expects the Gatot Kacha Inquisition. Every single time, dude, it just comes in there. This is a roam hero, this is a tank build. There's no damage, I believe, built by Troll. He just one-shots you if you're a squishy damage dealer. That's just the way it is. That's just what you have to kind of live with at this point. Now, Xeno picks up the Winter Crown, so there are more ways for him to try and dive in the back line, deal some damage, and maybe zone away some of the members of Twisted Minds. This next lord is going to be fatal though, and Geekay Esports are trying to set up for that Moscow split push play, but Twisted Minds are pushing the pace on them.
Look at the zoning, Sanji. The more stacks he puts on Samo. Glorious Pathway, Coffin in the bad spot. Frigid Glacier finding two. Netherrealm coming down. Hoda unable to get the assassination, but it goes in again with the cutthroat over to Shen. Unstoppable forces, he buys the immortality in time. Now Zeno taken down by Sano on the Claude. It will be a trade. Jungle for jungle. Twisted Minds looking to go still for this lord despite losing their jungler. Geekay Esports wants to try to go for it as well. 50-50 on the board. Sanji though, just so tanky. So much damage and zoning power. Seems like Twisted Minds will have a hold on this lord more so than GK.
All things considered, that's a little bit of W from coming in from Geekay Esports, but right now they have to force to concede the lord. Glorious Pathway coming in from Samo. He's gonna get away scot-free.
All right, Geekay Esports back away. It's great zoning coming in from Twisted Minds, but even there, they really didn't have to do much. Even if they allow both, the situation to kind of revert back to neutral, Geekay Esports still had to get that wave on the bottom side. That's where the Moscow can come in handy. But now against the Lord, against an 18-minute AoE teamfight composition in the base that has a lot of open areas, but technically Geekay Esports to kind of clump up together, they have to position so well right here if they want to have even a slight chance at beating Twisted Minds at their own game.
Zeno walking up, now Ejector over towards Cuffin, still has a passive blazing duet, getting rid of the Netherrealm instantly. Cuffin still able to walk away, the cutthroat and the assassination from Hoda. Taking one down, Sano still able to kite away, Avatar the Guardian able to connect onto the back, McCarvey pops into Purify, now with Smile will just be disintegrated off the land of Dawn. Sano buying immortality, base turret number 3 in the bottom lane should be falling down to that cannon minion. Smile, part of the Ghost Bursters down on Sanji. He still has the immortality, but it doesn't get popped in. Wow, GK are still able to defend to see another day in game number 1, but Twisted Minds, now it's an overwhelming advantage.
The light at the end of the tunnel is shining even brighter right now for Geekay Esports, knowing that at that team fight earlier, they had the Lord, as you mentioned, Arashi, but somehow GK were able to defend that one, knowing they have that penetration coming in from Carvey that just goes through the minions in the back.
I think it's a great way for Geekay Esports to kind of walk around, kind of bait Twisted Minds to try and make a play happen. They know that they are the ones who, Twisted Minds are the ones who really want to go for that big combo. So for Geekay Esports, all they have to do is play patient and ensure that the right members get to avoid from the bulk of the engagement. And especially with this dive coming in from Zeno, it was really aggressive. It was kind of, they tried to save him using the Netherrealm, but even afterwards, it really seemed like it was over when it comes to the usage of resources from Twisted Minds. But afterwards, it's just a lot of damage coming through, the dive coming through from the X-Borg as well. But at that point, the targeting, right? You have to remember that there is a Moskov that, in theory, has a lot more presence in the late game, more ways to try and stay safe. So for Twisted Minds, they have the damage. We've seen them blow people up, but they have to try and focus on blowing the right people up at the right moments right now.
Uh-oh, Shen. Also Carvey a bit sussy here in the bushes. They knew that Hoda was somewhere in the bushes. They try to do something here.
Okay, Carvey still able to pop it in with nature. Oh, barely connects. Nice prediction from Carvey. But good moves from Hoda to evade from it. Carvey sells them in nature, buys the rose gold. Oh man, that was a crazy battle in the bottom lane.
I would love to think that was intentional cables coming in from Hoda with the 4 cables, but right now, the Lord battle begins once again with Sano already chunking up the damage, chunking up the HP from the Lord. Who's gonna get it this time?
Hoda on it as well. Now from the back though, Shen going in, ejector coming out, the stun as well. Hoda still able to pop in the retribution in time. Carvey dishing out damage, but Troll has the revitalize, jumps over as well. Sanji putting all those stacks down. Good electrifying beats, Cuffin buying immortality in time. Zeno buying immortality as well right now. Asano guns him down. Zeno buys Rose Gold, Avatar of the Guardian, not in time. Sanji still zoning the midst of it all in the team fight. Zeno finally falling to the last insanity smile, losing the immortality, getting cut down by Hoda, but he's still able to use the Stampede to escape. How far can you go, Smile? Hold up with the cable, checking every single one of the bushes. Smile, goes in for the stampede, jukes him around. Oh, how's he gonna see this one? Goes over from the wall. Hoda doesn't have the cutthroat. Meanwhile, in the base, Sano gonna go for the N angle together with the evolved Lord of the Game. Now the blazing new white Carvey, no Wind of Nature, has immortality, has the kite, has the bling, but it's not gonna be enough for game number 1. It's Twisted Minds getting it.
Twisted gameplay indeed from Twisted Minds. What an end after that whole fiasco in their own base. They're just chasing around like Tom and Jerry, but on the other side of the court, Carvey cannot do it all, man. It's just way too much. The waves are coming in. The Lord is crashing. And Twisted Minds strikes first in this grand finals to further their chances to take the M6 berth.
And this is the pattern we've been seeing, man. You get an advantage, you get an aggressive composition that wants to move forward again and again, and it's a slow and steady progress built from there on. There was no moment here where Geekay Esports were able to actually turn it around. You get a big, massive moment. The team fighting is just so crucial in this region so far, and you can see that there's a great deal of fun moments in the first game. It's a great opening. We've seen great big combos, long chases, and even interesting interactions just like that, setting the pace, setting the tempo for the whole rest of the match. That's definitely a great pickup for Twisted Minds though. Geekay Esports are the ones that have to try and go back to the drawing board, figure out how they want to deal with this strategy, with this front to back that's just so deadly coming in from Twisted Minds.
But it's definitely not the end for Geekay Esports. There's still a lot of times. It's a best of 7. This is the time where the coaches are playing the part of the game. The adjustments are going to be made for game number 2. And to be fair, in game number 1, Twisted Minds does look beatable, even though they are dominating in the kills department. Even at one point, they were doubling the amount of kills that Geekay Esports has. But when you look at the economy, they were not that far behind Geekay Esports.
They really weren't.
There's definitely moments there where Twisted Minds, despite all the advantages, the structural advantage, the EXP and gold advantage, they still seem beatable, right? There were a lot of close call moments there that really could have swung in favor of Geekay Esports. So I think it's a loss for Geekay Esports for sure, but in a way, it's a bit more reassuring because now they know they have a fighting chance, right? Even though people are talking about Twisted Minds being the favorite, Geekay Esports can kind of pose a real threat to them.
Which is very interesting to say the least, in my opinion at least, right? Because if we take a look at the upper brackets, it's actually Geekay who made it to the grand finals first, who made it through the upper brackets, and now we're seeing a whole different kind of draft, I would say, as well, from the side of Geekay Esports. They're going for a bit more of a, gamble, I would say? Going for the Jawhead, the Joy as well, even though, it's kind of a signature pick for Zito, you mentioned, Sheffin. I personally think it's still a big gamble to take, to go for these big picks that are very reliant on early game snowball.
And I think you're seeing a bit of that.
Indeed.
For sure, man. You can see that
22 to 9.
22 to 9. I mean, the idea, right, for Geekay is to actually truly win it out in the early game. Use the Jawhead to set up traps, perhaps, to stop Hoda, and maybe to get a Xeno just that much further ahead. Whereas you can see that from the stats, at least in the post game, Tutura and the Lord, none given for the side of Geekay. But you have to remember, right, the buffs. We've seen a lot of teams when they start to win, they really shut down the buff game for the opposing team's jungler, but that's just not the case. And when you bring a game like this, right, when you have a composition that is snowballing that hard from Twisted Minds, and you take it past the 16-minute mark and take it to the 20-minute mark, you're seeing moments there where Geekay can kind of persevere and hold on. And if they can kind of do so better and maybe tweak something in the composition, in the draft, they can get some success. But for game 1, it's going to be Twisted Minds with the MVP here for the grand final. Game number 1, Sanji on that X-Borg, dude. Just always in the front, stoically taking all that damage, zoning everyone away, getting the pressure and control, but also getting the information. Because now the Garad Kacha is also free to stay all the way in the back line and threaten a potential avatar of the Guardian. So the fact that the X-Borg becomes a secondary wall there in the front, and even a secondary dive threat as well towards the backline members, I think it's a great composition from Twisted Minds to be able to be aggressive, moving backwards and forwards as well.
Yeah, shout out to Sanji, man. I was kind of questioning the X-Borg pick because not a lot of region utilize it, especially when you're trying to think of a counter for Hylos. It is a counter, to be fair, in X-Borg. But when you look at the bigger picture, though, there's not a lot of setups. There's not a lot of CCs that this EXP laner is gonna bring to the table. But you know what? Sometimes the simple solutions work wonders, Mirko.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But we're gonna throw it over to our host first for a bit.
حلو. يعطيكم العافية محبينا الأعزاء وأيضا مقدمنا الغالي. مباراة كانت ولا أجمل لفريق تويستد مايند، نتيجة كانت جدا كبيرة، لكن لسه باقي معانا مباريات كثيرة وتحديات كبيرة في MPL MENA سيزن 6، لكن جايبين لكم فعالية ولا أجمل من موبايل ليجند. خلونا نختبر قوة معرفتكم باللعبة والهيروات اللي راح تكون موجودة بالشاشات. الجائزة طبعا 50,000 دايموند. فراح يطلع لكم هيرو الآن وأبغاكم تخمنون مين هذا الهيرو، فنبغاكم معنا. Are you ready guys؟ أوكي، متحمسين على 50,000 ها؟ يلا، مين هذا الهيرو؟ يلا يا شباب، أنا راح أختار واحد عشوائي من عندكم الحين. يلا، تعال أنت، تعال. اهلا وسهلا، ياك حبيبي، كيف الحال؟ ان شاء الله انك مبسوط مره. طب مين الشخصيه؟ بطل خالد طبعا، يعطيك العافيه. صفقه يا جماعه الخير. 50,000 دايموند حصل عليها، بالذات انه عنده نولج اكيد باللعبه، لكن التحدي الكبير في النهايات الكبرى ما بين تويستد مايند وجي كي لسه قايم. اتمنى انكم تستمتعون معنا، وما تنسون انه هالبطوله راح يكون فيها بطل واحد فقط وممثل للمنطقه العربيه. راح نرجع الاستديو ونستكمل معنا مبارياتنا القادمه.
Yeah, and that is it. As they said earlier, Twisted Minds already leading 1-0 against GK Esports, and this is the route that they took towards the championship. Potentially two different routes for both of these teams, and the one that's the same though, Rashi, both of these teams came from the upper brackets, even though I believe Twisted Minds has to fall off towards the lower bracket in their first day in the playoffs.
And you know, a lot of people would just say immediately like, oh, that's part of the strategy, you know, that's one way to actually get to the grand finals, make it happen, make it work. So we'll have to see, man. Twisted Minds having a great start right here, but GK, again, there's still so much time here to adjust. That's the benefit of whole best of 7. That's why we're giving him so much time, because we know that in the top level, it's not just about playing the game, right? It's also about adapting, not just even in the drafting and in the execution, but also in getting reads onto your opponents. Maybe now that GK Esports has seen that Twisted Minds, man, they're so aggressive, just keep going in like that, they can maybe set up for a more trappy style, or a style that can punish those dives even more, and that could potentially shut down Hoda when he's overextending. You never know.
Yeah. I think we've seen that many times before, right? I mean, Hoda got punished a few times. Even Sano on the Claude, someone that you don't expect to be punished, was punished. But we do have a prediction match result here for you guys, especially you guys who think that you guys can actually get the correct prediction. Go ahead and predict down below. Sheffin, what's your prediction for this match, actually?
Well, just because of the name, you know, GK Esports, there's a geek there, even though it's not spelled the same or pronounced the same.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna go for GK Esports right away. 4-1.
4-1? Wow. Okay. So expect that one game to be the only game that... Alright, okay. Okay, what about you, Arashi, as we take a look at the stats?
I gotta say, especially with gleaning some info from game number 1, I really do feel like the draft becomes so much more important. I think Twisted Mind still has it though, but I think it might get more competitive as the game goes on. Because again, when the drafting phase is that important, with more games comes more experience, more information. I feel like it could be like a 4-2, I would say, for Twisted Minds, I think.
Interesting prediction there, Arashi. And you know what? Let's talk about some of the drafting earlier, man. That Jawhead. Let's just talk about that again. Because it was a very early pick for a Jawhead. Usually you want to see those pocket picks in the second phase. But it might be a signature pick for the roamer of GK Esports. But what do you think? Because in that performance earlier, I didn't really see a solid ejector towards an unstoppable force gameplay or like pickoff. Yeah. Not even a single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's one moment where the Jawhead kind of found some kind of play, but it really is so far and few in between. And when you're at this level, when you're in a region that's so aggressive, you gotta have just more activity, man. Have a higher work rate on the roaming position. I mean, on the other, right? You're competing against a Gatot Kacha, and you're seeing how difficult it was for the Jawhead to kind of keep up. Even in the early game, level 1, where in theory, right? In theory, the Jawhead is at its strongest. With the passive, with the way that your skills kind of do damage, it still wasn't enough to kind of bully the Gatot away. So in that sense, if you want to go for something that's aggressive, go for something even more aggressive than the Jawhead. And if you can't really beat the Gatot Kacha, and you know that you won't get to pick it first phase, then, go for something a bit more passive, Shevin, right?
Oh, man. Speaking of passive, there's someone that's not really passive there from a few. Apparently, Coffin said there's not really competition here in MENA, at least for him. So a few just kind of showing up the potential newcomer here. Not newcomer, but new guy here in the international scene. That the mechanics, the gameplay in the international stage is way different than in MENA. So he's definitely gonna be excited to show him up in M6. But oh wait, I spoke too soon. I just realized that.
Why you gotta do that,
he's
man?
not gonna be there.
Why you gotta open up wounds that are just new? Like, bro, a Falcons AB Ben just lost, right? You don't have to do that to them, bro. Okay, but yeah, unfortunately, they won't have to.
It's kind of personal.
That's very unfortunate. It feels kind of personal. What do you got against Falcons AP Brent here, Chefin? What do you have against them, bro?
No, like that is a genuine mistake, ladies and gentlemen. I am being honest here.
Genuine.
No, like seriously, I kind of forgot that Few is not supposed to be in M6. Let's talk about it, man. Like it's crazy that both TLPH and Falcons AP brand didn't manage to go into M6. If you told me that before MPLPH started, I would call you crazy. That is just, oh man, Arashi is just. It's gonna be very different without both of them in the international stage.
It's gonna be different, but it's gonna be exciting as well. And at the end of the day, it's a tough situation to be in, but overall, it's still a net positive here because we can get to see a whole different style, right? A whole different group of teams coming through to M6. So it's still definitely an event to look forward to. But back to this region, right? Back to MENA here. You have to wonder how they're planning this out, because you can see that there's a lot of mechanical plays, a lot of combos, but when it comes to the macro game, you really don't see a lot of it being explored too much by both teams. We saw that the Moscow split push was kind of attempted by GK, but for Twisted Minds, as you can see earlier, it's all about just finding ways to force that fight. And if that is the idea, could this be the angle that GK can kind of go for, right? Go for that macro angle and then deny all of these great initiation tools that Twisted Minds have been able to abuse for game number 1.
Yep. It looks like from the sound effect that I heard earlier, we are going to go into the draft in a second. So let's see what's going to be the choices here, especially in the bans, because I am very interested if Hoda will get the respect that he's already earned in the first game. It seems like both respects are given Mirko, both Gatot Kacha and Fanny banned from GK.
Yeah, they gotta do it. They honestly have to, right? Especially the Gatot Kacha, I feel. Because the Fanny, I think it's more of a Well, to be fair, yeah, the Fanny is, especially on users like Hoda, special users who can execute the Fanny to perfection, you gotta ban it away. But this does leave a lot of other heroes up for grabs. You see the chip ban as well, but I don't know about MPL MENA, right? Because technically we haven't really seen a lot of the Lo Yi, but in MPL Philippines at least, the Lo Yi is such a hot commodity right now. Every team that gets a Lo Yi, 100% win rate. I think throughout the playoffs of MPL PH so far, it's been one Lo Yi loss. Every other game that we've seen the Lo Yi, it's been 100% win rate. So maybe GK might want to try to do that later on. Maybe even this game. Who knows? They ban out the Edith as well, by the way. So a lot of pressure on Twisted Minds now to go for a big pick because, again, GK are going to be on blue side, which we kind of know as well, even in our league, has had more success getting those big prio picks before the red side.
Well, we do know that the Edith is a pick that really resonates well with Twisted Minds, but banned away again. If they want to go for that Lo Yi play, Mirko, I mean, in theory, against a team that is kind of dive heavy, kind of headstrong like Twisted Minds, the kit of the Lo Yi itself can be a great asset to have, right? More survivability for your mid lane. We saw that earlier. You know, the mid laner, right, was finding it quite difficult to just smile, was just getting targeted. But the Suyo, I heard the groans, man. The Suyo was left open, immediately sniped away by GK, Shevin.
Yeah, absolute. I would rather not face this hero in ranked games or in pro scene at all, man. Like, even Mirko said it in one of his streams, it's a hybrid of Nolan, Julian, Lee Sun-Shin, whatever, even Alpha. But right now, on the other side of the court, Mirko, this is the forbidden combo in ID.
Oh yeah, it is a forbidden combo for sure, man. That's the 100% win rate combo in MPL ID. The Phoveus and Mathilda. You have someone that can continuously just go in, stay in the team fights for such a long time. And usually, the big weakness for the Phoveus is you don't have mobility. You don't have, you know, the flicker. Usually, you go for vengeance. Especially with the Mathilda, you would want to go for vengeance. You would want to just go all in even more. But what the Phoveus plus Mathilda early shows is the fact that they can't really go for the alpha anymore. Or at least it'll be a bit tougher to try to pull off the alpha together with the Phoveus and the Mathilda. I think that'll be a bit too greedy, especially considering there's a Harith on the other side. I think Twisted Minds, they might find a lot of value just by picking up the Lunox here first, right? Getting a solid lane to play around up against the Harith, and then utilizing the large hero pool that you have for Hoda anyways into the second phase.
So basically play it safe in the first phase and actually bring down the hammer in the second phase. I like that idea. As we're gonna see what's gonna be the option here. Twisted Minds have a lot of time to decide what's going to be the third pick here after that Mathilda and also Phoveus pick. Alpha, as that Mirko said earlier, not really the greatest of idea, but it's going to be a Nolan, a hero that has a lot of mobility in his hands. So Mathilda, the prime priority is still gonna be the Phoveus, and Nolan can be a bit more non-reliant towards the Mathilda because he has a lot of potential on its own without the guiding winds.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Nolan pick, if I'm being honest with you here, Sheffin. I was in a call with Wolf just earlier today, and we were talking about
Suyo,
how Nolan against the Suyo isn't really the best of matchups. I mean, it's not bad. If you perfectly execute the Nolan, it can work. We've seen some teams make it work. But yeah, it's not really a 50-50 kind of battle. I would say it's 70-30 towards Suyo. On the Nolan, you have to really execute this hero perfectly. You need to get the farm, and you need to get that kill pressure down. So just like that, I feel like the Nolan, again, like I said earlier, could have been used up in the second phase. I don't think GK would have banned it out anyways. And now you can see the vision from GK. With the Nolan pick on the other side, you need to have someone that can enable the Nolan kill pressure. You need to have someone with kill pressure in the individual lanes. And I think the easiest lane to bully is the gold lane here, with the Harith left vulnerable very early. Because with the Khalid, it's still a flex pick, and it's really kind of an unkillable pick in the XP anyways, right? So the Clint taken away, I believe the Lunox shall be taken out next, because if it doesn't, it does give Nolan quite a good opening to actually go for the gank over to the Harith, especially early on, knowing that that matchup has been, you know, the counter for the Harith. They actually are going to be banning out the Aurora too, which is really good stuff. You need to take some actions to respect that pick, who's been getting so much successes. I saw a comment earlier. The comment was basically saying that the Aurora has been carrying a lot of teams to M6 recently.
Oh, interesting. So a hero that leads you to victory. And in MPL MENA specifically, Aurora has been picked 38 times and boasts a 71% win rate. So they are not lying, Mirko. This is a hero that brings you to victory. But the Lunox isn't getting banned. And on the other side, Twisted Minds, knowing that the control mage, the best control mage out there, is getting banned, they go for the second option in this Vexana, Mirko.
I guess it makes sense if we take a look at the entirety of the regular season. I guess it makes sense because the Lunox has only been picked up, what, once, dude? The entire... No, actually it hasn't been picked up at all. 0 times it's been picked up throughout the regular season of MPL MENA Season 6. Yeah, throughout the playoffs even. So I'm guessing it's just not a way to counter the Lunox. I guess teams have just preferred the Clint over the Lunox, and that's why we saw the Clint banned out. So if it isn't going to be the Harith, maybe you want to go for Moskov. It's not really the best of lanes, but you can still farm up. It's a very, very safe weak side gold laner too. But for GK, let's see what they go for. What do you think, Arashi?
I mean, it's definitely a possibility, but immediately for GK, they go for this Valentina that has been quite popular. I think we saw it picked about 40 times, if the stats are correct here. But the win rate actually isn't too impressive. The fact that they're up against a team that has a Vexana, the Valentina can be a great option to kind of add on back to their combo, but they really seem to be trying to fight fire with fire here, right? Instead of trying to go for something in the laning phase, something for the macro game, they're going straight for more AoE to try and beat Twisted Minds at their own game. But from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like Twisted Minds are trying to play the same game at all. They're gonna play the more burst heavy kind of style, it seems.
It seems like the last option is, as you said, Mirko. Not really the greatest off lanes in the gold lane, but it still does the job. And in game number 1, to be fair, it kind of slows down the game for GK Esports after that beautiful early game from Twisted Minds. So maybe Twisted Minds, they're looking to do the same here, but of course they're preferring to go for that early game pressure that they have to. So let's see, the Matilda and the Phobius has been a highly sought commodity in Indonesia. It's a forbidden combo, 100% win rate. Can Twisted Minds replicate that here, the game 2 of Grand Finals? So far, Arashi, what do you think about the draft? Who do you prefer at this point?
Considering how the games have been going, I gotta say, GK Esports draft looks a bit more promising if the game kind of gets played the same way in game number 1. That's where I think the difference is. If it's going to be a whole team fight kind of situation, just fight after fight near the neutral objectives, I feel like there's more combo for GK. But they got to be careful in the early game and the mid game, because for Twisted Minds here, it seems to be a very mobile, a very chase-heavy composition, and if they are not careful, they might kind of fall back further to behind to really match up in the team fights.
And here we go. Game number 2 of the Grand Finals of MPL MENA Season 6. Is it gonna be Twisted Minds or Geekay Esports bringing it back to an equal position?
Big questions up in the air. 1-1, is the Suyo going to have as much success as it has been able to find success around the world? Zeno, let's see what he does on the Suyo pick, because we've been having a ton of conversations on this pick, Arashi.
We've been talking about the potential in the early game, the snowball, and even the quite lackluster late game, but everything seems to point at the very strong snowball potential right there, and you can see Twisted Minds immediately acknowledging that, trying to find ways to be a nuisance, try and slow him down. But when it comes to the laning phase here, the Vexana is going to allow Twisted Minds to roam around, and with the Matilda in Tau, there's a lot of rotational speed here that GK Esports got to be careful about. They do have a strong mid laner in the Valentina. They can match the wave clear as well, but when it comes down to the roaming game, I think the mid lane favors Twisted Minds. For GK Esports, they gotta look at that Khalid, dude. It's also a very strong pick, and we've seen it really pop off and roam around the map using that passive, the extra 30% movement speed. So that's where I think the main difference is gonna be here. Samo has a lot to do in this game.
For sure, and so far, the first 2 minutes, there's really not much going on. Super passive early game from both of these teams, even though they have a lot of rotational speed on their hand. The Khalid can be used to get into places that the Phobius cannot. But so far, they've both opted to go for the more safer route and go for that objective fight and try to secure that one. But in objective fight, Tarashi, what do you think is going to happen? Because they have a Minotaur and also Valentina on their hand.
Exactly. In there, I feel like as long as Sanji can get bursted down, the Phobius can get bursted down, then it's all good. But otherwise, look at the damage though.
Yeah, Samo placing the damage down. Raging Sandstorm already used up. Eternal Guard unable to connect now. It's gonna be the Infernal Pursuit. Retreat Battle. Zeno getting it down. Sanji in the midst of it all. Popping a Vengeance as well, putting out some damage. But Smile is able to isolate everyone from Sanji. And the rest of the team just disengages. They'll take that turtle and they'll be happy with it.
I was gonna say there was kind of a mistake with the Raging Sandstorm from Samo way too early on the team fight, just to kind of choke down some of the HP that Hoda have. But at the end of the day, it's still a victory for GK Esports, a victory that they're very happy to have.
As predicted, man, the Phobius is going to be a big problem, especially with the Vengeance as well. You can't really deal with him this early in the game. But if you slow him down, if you distract him long enough for your jungler to kind of steal away that neutral objective, it can work out just fine. That is exactly what they did, GK Esports. But look at what they are doing now. All right, it's still a lot of waiting happening around. With the Minotaur as their main roamer, they can't be as aggressive as they kind of want to be, especially against all of the mobility and the safety that Troll can bring on that Mathilda. It's going to be so hard for GK Esports to find fights unless, Samo is the one initiating it, roaming around, or it's actually a big neutral objective. That's why without a neutral objective on the map, this is where Twisted Minds can be a bit more crafty in their movements. But now there's a bit of a break here. Good time for both teams to kind of strategize, Shevin.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like they've been strategizing, man. They've been watching MPLPH. In the first 4 minutes, there's no kill whatsoever, just one objective, a true Filipino style from both Filipino coaches.
Well,
and yeah,
we have to see
this is the key
how
also.
Yeah, the extra key. If
That
you guys
can-
are at home, you wanna get extra value, go ahead. But again, when it comes to those team fights, you can see that there's both teams kind of struggle to really find the kind of catches that they need. Even right there, surely Twisted Minds wanted to go for some kind of punish, some kind of trade-off for that neutral objective, but they're unable to really find it. Later on, with the Mathilda and Phobius having a bit more items, more ways to kind of move forward and not really fear the outplay, right? That could be an option. Maybe they're just taking it slow because they know that there is that Suyo potential. Because again, Miracle, we've been talking about this being so dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
So far, it's kind of being used to kind of farm up more than anything. You think we're gonna see more aggression coming through from GK Esports in the next couple of minutes?
I think so. I think for GK, they're definitely gonna have to push out the pace. But the thing is about the Suyo is the fact that you technically don't even need to rush, right? Because your mid-game power spike hits super hard. So as long as you do get those neutral objectives, as long as you are able to get at least like a 1,000 gold lead, that's already enough to take the skirmishes later on. So right now, I think for me, for them at least, they're just gonna have to focus on farming, getting to those item power spikes. And the item power spike against Twisted Minds has got to be the Dominance Ice, has got to be some anti-regen, because it really is all about Sanji and Troll. If Sanji and Troll can sustain long enough in these team fights while dealing damage, it'll be scary. But it seems like we're just gonna be jumping back into the Land of Dawn. Let's see what GK do with this early lead.
Still super safe coming in from Twisted Minds, especially Troll, man. As you said, Arashi, they need to wait for the maybe Flash of the Oasis from Troll to be able to safely roam around the map, because Mathilda, at the end of the day, it's not really a tank, it's a support, and the Bash owning is gonna be harder for them, as we're gonna 10 seconds left for the second neutral objective fight. Is it gonna be the same story as the first?
It really could be the same story, especially if GK Esports can kind of layer their crowd control to kind of isolate Sanji, deny his allies from kind of helping him out. But look at this clumping maneuver.
Minions Fury coming out, Eternal Guard as well, and whiffing Hoda. Winning out the retreat battle, Samo in the back line. Look at the Phobius combo in with the Circling Eagle. The big problem for GK Esports, it comes through here. Phobius, Mathilda, the zone and the poke, even from Troll, not stopping. As long as they were able to bait out the Minions Fury, it was all good. And just like that, Twisted Minds, They take the lead away from GK Esports.
Oh man, what a play coming from Twisted Minds. The chase coming through. You're seeing again the strength of this combo, especially with Sanji picking up the Thunderbelt. Samo, the one member that can kind of roam around and be a playmaker for GK Esports, has to kind of play it slow now, knowing that Sanji has just hit a massive power spike. Looking at the replay here, everyone's kind of grouping up together, and actually there was a massive Eternal Guard that kind of sets off everything. They kind of reacted to the Eternal Guard, and because they used up a lot of their tools getting away from it, that's where Troll was able to take Sanji along with him to dive towards that backline. GK Esports, they gotta be a bit more wise here in rationing some of their card control. They're gonna require all of it, especially against all of this aggressive dive potential from Twisted Minds. That was just Sanji doing the bulk of the damage. Hoda hasn't even really started popping off yet.
No, not at all. Does seem like for Hoda though, the clear speed has been great for him. He's a level ahead now despite the turtles being equal. And honestly, Arashi, I think it comes down to also GK Esports. I'm not a big fan of this. Oh, wait, Hoda walking up, dealing damage to the fracture. Sanji spots Samo in the bush, but yeah, back to the point. I'm not a big fan of the Valentino pickup here because you're very one-dimensional. I think the only ult he can take is the Eternal Guard, and even with the Circling Eagle, I'm not sure you want to jump in alone as a Valentino with the Circling Eagle. Pops in a Circling Eagle, and just like that, that's a big ult wasted now. But he Sandstorm to the back, not able to find anyone. The Vengeance down as well, but Troll has a Circling Eagle. Will be able to give a little bit more HP towards Sanji. Guiding Wind, he doesn't take it. He's actually too far away. Carvey with his Mod Force, that's a kill over GK. Punishing Twisted Minds. We're definitely way too overextended. Hold up. Finding the assassination. Sam was trying to go for the zone, but Sano is able to go for the Spirit of Misery. Retreat battle. Zeno wins it out with that second skill, man. The mini Bauman ultimate built in Suyo.
That skill definitely is dangerous. Look at Sano, 1v2.
Oh, the Khalid is a monster! Sano, can he survive? Oh, one more dash in! Carvey gets the Synchro Fission, finds the kill, and now it's back again to GK Esports.
Oh boy, man, a complete back and forth again and again. Twisted Minds, though, they're doing a great job using all this mobility, but they gotta be careful. They're relying on Sanji being too tanky, regenning through all the damage, but, you know, with the Suyo in the picture, Mirko, like you mentioned, mini Bauman ult can be quite deadly, and here, the chase coming in from Samo, like we mentioned, not a lot of crowd control tools, but the ones they got definitely are great when they need it. It was a great win for GK Esports, getting the neutral objective on top of kind of winning in the fights, but Twisted Minds were able to get that mid lane turret, so you gotta keep being aware here. But look at that damage coming in. Carvey barely survives with the Flash of the Oasis available. Man, they gotta be a bit more careful there, because Hoda, he's gonna start doing a lot more damage here past the 8-minute mark.
When we were saying, you know, when we saw the Nolan, I was not a big fan of this matchup, the Nolan into the Suyo. Last time I saw this, it was literally just earlier Aurora versus FCAP, and the Nolan went 0-0-0, while the Suyo dominated all the way in the late game. Let's take a look at the items, though, Arashi, here, because even though Hoda is dishing out damage, it does seem like GK are actually getting to a comfortable spot, too, with their items.
Hitting quite a few power spikes, but it sure seems like Twisted Minds have reached the more substantial ones. I mean, the Heptacy is on Hoda, like we were talking about earlier. You can see that if you just miss up even a little bit, you can get picked up, but look at this, whoa!
Yeah, you can still escape with the Guiding Wind, still all good. Twisted Minds, though, they gotta be very careful going up against GK's mid-game power spike, because this is what I was talking about. Earlier, second turtle, they were able to utilize their maneuverability and that combo Phoebus Mathilda to get in. But now, even if they go in, GK have that mid-game power spike, meant Carvey is gonna deal a buttload of damage.
Just be aware of the potential there, right? Carvey for sure is gonna be bursting everyone down, but Sano has been doing a great job splitting. He got the mid turret as well earlier, and he's at 2 items, I believe. So he's definitely getting there, but he's kind of capped because he has no idea where is Samo, right? That's the power of the Khalid. So much damage, even if you don't build damage. Now with Sano showing up, you can see GK Esports looking for a chance to go for a pickoff.
Okay. Just poke around. Seems like the Lord will be held down by GK. Up top, though, you can see that Sano is already going for the cut, or going for the split push, rather. Hoda trying to get a good angle. He should be able to find the angle, but no, man. They burst it down way too quick. The bot force used up. Carvey assassinated by Hoda, who comes in last second. And now Sano, too, finds the sod. Over to Smiley goes. Zero won't be able to escape another assassination. Twisted Minds! They twisted the gameplay of GK Esports. They completely dominated that team fight.
I think there's a difference in priority right there. Twisted Minds, it seemed like they were trying to go for the neutral objective, but technically Sanji was the only one diving. Let's take a look at it one more time here in the replay. Sanji diving in, but everyone else, look at that. Even Hoda wasn't really diving in along with Sanji. It's almost like they kind of called it, right? Hey, they have a mini Balmon ult on the Suyo. We can't really contest that easily. Might as well make them pay for going for that neutral objective. And they got a massive wipe out right there. The Lord got cleared out, and a lot of the base turrets, the base turrets are still available, but all the other turrets are taken. Look at this, Sanji once more. Oof, man.
Oh, Sun over. Zeno with a cheeky little attempt there to actually catch Hoda during the dash, but man, again, we were talking about this all the way from the drafts, right, Arashi? Twisted Minds, with their composition at least, they're going to be able to actually bait out a lot of these big resources, man. The Minions Fury, the Raging Sandstorm, even the Zaman Force. Once those big ults have been used up, it just feels like GK won't be able to deal as much damage as Twisted Minds. I mean, take a look at it. Twisted Minds have so much more consistent damage with the Moskov. I mean, honestly, even if we take a look at the Phobias, that's way more consistent damage with the resets on the Infernal Pursuit. Samo, Raging Sandstorm, good flicker out by Cuffin, and that is an amazing Circling Eagle. No, Guiding Wind to get out. Now re-engage with the Circling Eagle. Sanji still in the midst of it all. Pops in, avenges, soaks in so much damage, even with the Minions Fury. Sanji keeps on going, and now Hoda able to go for the cut, able to go for the assassination. Cleanup crew for Hoda, as Sanji was able to bait everything away from GK. That's 4 for 0. Sanji didn't die.
That is insane, dude. He is the danger, man. You cannot take this guy out. Twisted Minds with a big play. Is this an end angle? Samo, can he do it?
Oh, Raging Sandstorm. Samo goes in for the healing, but that's a bit too much burst to heal from, buddy. Shen spawns in again, Carvey and Smile as well, so no end angle. But Arashi, that's a 7,000 gold lead for a composition with a Phobius Mathilda, man. This is already a deadly combo if they didn't have a lead. Heck, if they had a 3,000 gold lead, it would have been a deadly combo. What's a word more deadly than deadly, man? Because it's a 7.3k gold lead for a snowballing late game weak side pick in the Moskov and a monster combo in the Phobius Mathilda.
Let's not forget that Hoda is still in the picture, man. 6-0 and 2. We know Sanji is stealing the show right here, but the jungler for Twisted Minds is absolutely lethal, and GK Esports haven't really had an answer for it. They have all these AoE tools, but they are forced to use it in an aggressive fashion. And that way, Hoda just waits for it to get popped, the Minions Fury, the Raging Sandstorm, and it just goes and makes a beeline straight for Sino, for Smile, for Carvey. And again, he's been able to find the mark. They go and get that Lord just like that immediately. With the base card on the bottom side taken, Twisted Minds, there's so many ways to play this around. They can kind of sit around, wait for the freeze. They can kind of play around the Moskov as well. Man, it seems like they're going to be waiting for that Lord and then go for a decisive engage. One weakness that they have right here, Twisted Minds, is the lack of clear-cut AoE playmaking engage. But I guess that's where Troll comes in. If he does land a massive circling eagle, that could be what they need to try and go for a fight. Otherwise, it's just Sanji walking up, dude. He does not care.
All right, then another siege attempt. Arashi, another end angle, possibly. Hoda walking up, going for the retribution as well. Popping the fracture. It's a bit early here. The wave's actually dealt with quite well by GK. Up top, there's no more wave, but in the mid lane, it will shove into the base. Sanji dealing a whole lot of damage over to Samo. Going in for the Infernal Pursuit. Good poke over from Zeno. No more waves to deal with. GK able to clear out the Lord in the bottom lane. That's the enhanced one. Twisted Minds will try to look for a base turret at least here. 9,000 gold lead, but I think it's a bit too aggressive. They actually want to go for the dive, but they still go for it. Sanji in the midst of it all, jumping with the Infernal Pursuit. The Circling Eagle earlier. Big roundabout over from the base as well. Now Twisted Minds trying to go for the base. Sano Going for the piercing damage. Oh, what happened to Zeno? Still able to blink out to safety. Sano just on the base, man. Turret locking to a 2-0 lead. Twisted Minds twisting the favor. They were the ones to come through the lower brackets. They weren't the ones to qualify to the Grand Finals first, but now they're 2-0 up.
Well, there's a reason they've been dominating these statistics. They've been dominating MPL MENA in terms of
insane
how
performance,
dominant they were in the game.
The amount of just plays that we've seen there coming from Twisted Minds, the flanking, the way they're able to dodge away from the exact way that they were able to win in game number 1, the AoE combo is just great, dude. It started all the way here from that first big moment where Sanji just goes in all in, and Hoda just bides his time. This is what happens when you allow the jungler to have so much time, so much space to kind of wait around. Of course, there are moments where GK were able to kind of find something in return. But again, look at this. Look at Hoda here, immediately just going straight for that backline. I think the backliners of GK Esports also just could not find ways to deal with it. And the fact that they were clumping up together in these fights, they're trying to make use of their combos. They're all short range, but that way it allowed Sanji to just go to town, dude. Regenning from everything, deleting everyone. He might top off the damage numbers too, dude. He was just an absolute monster this game, buying time even in this end sequence here for Sano to go straight for the end.
Phenomenal stuff, man. Really, really just well played. If Naisu was here, a good friend of ours, you know, from the Philippines, he would say, Twisted really twisted Geekay's minds off. No, he would literally just say, they practiced their minds off. But, man, super well played. Hey, we got a good view of our boys there in the MPL MENA studio. What's up, Yasu? We got Mr. Big as well, man. Oh, man, I'd love to actually meet up with them again here. Hey, Shevin. How you doing, Sheffin? You doing good, man?
I'm doing pretty bad actually after the whole fiasco.
Sheffin, listen,
I'm happy to see
I know you're excited. I know you want to try to give excuses for GK because you predicted Geek to win because they have a Geek in them apparently. But Geek just lost. GK just lost a second game in a row. It's about time for some changes here, Sheffin. Arashi, what changes do they need?
I think they have to kind of think more about how they want to go for the fights, because it seems like it's very template the way they're kind of approaching some of these fights. Earlier it was more of a dive, of a back and forth. Now they kind of doubled down and went straight for a combo, an all-in. But again and again, it seems like Twisted Minds sees their composition and just goes, okay, we know how to deal with that, right? So I think they have to kind of double down in the drafting phase and understand what exactly is their win condition and how can they approach these fights. Because again, if they're clumping up together like that, when they don't have ways to deal with the Phobias, it's just too difficult. And look at the numbers, dude.
Yes.
That is, oh man, that is insane. Sanji though, definitely somehow, some way doing everything on that Phobias pick.
It's just too much to handle, but Sheffin, did you hear that? Did you hear what Arashi had to say about GK? Do you agree? Do you agree with what Arashi had to say about your team, man? Okay, I heard you, Sheffin. I definitely heard you there, man. I understand though, Arashi. When it comes to the damage, it was just too much damage, really. And yeah, 11,000 gold from Sano. He only got 3 kills. It wasn't like he was participating in every single team fight, but it's the fact that he's always in the side lane too, clearing it out, getting gold. 11,000 gold on a weak side pick. Maybe this is why we don't see the Lunox. Maybe this is why. Maybe Sano's just a beast on the Moscow. Sheffin, man, you were thinking so hard. You were talking to yourself so much. It's time to share to the world. What do you think about GK's performance, man?
Absolutely insane coming in from Twisted Minds, unfortunately. And GK, I really hope to God that they're going to be able to come back in the next games. Because, like, if it's going to be a 4-0, man, oh, brother. It's going to be a tough time in the wild card for GK Esports,
no way.
man.
Dude, surely they can find something. Because if you look at the gold graph at least, you're seeing that, you know, there's a bit more pattern here, right? There's a bit of back and forth. You can see that GK definitely are finding some solutions, some ways of staying competitive, but they gotta go even further here. Twisted Minds clearly is still ahead of them when it comes to the pre-planning, the foresight, but that can change, man. I mean, Shevin believes, and I think it's possible as well.
All you have to do is believe. Believe first in yourself. What is that saying, Arashi, in the anime? Believe. I believe in you who believes in yourself, or something like that, right?
Or we go and talk about, you believe, achieve, conceive, all those good words. We can go with that as well, Shevin. And yeah, Mirko, what you think, man? The MVP? Do we have to even elaborate here? The MVP for the Grand Finals, Game 2, is Sanji on the Phobias. 100% kill participation. What is going on, dude? He has the highest damage taken. He has the highest damage dealt. Bro, only with a Thunder Belt, straight into a full tank build. He does not need that extra War Axe sustain that some players like going for. Dude.
Nope.
Phobias Mathilda, crazy. But the way Sanji was playing it, even crazier.
Exactly, dude. I mean, we were talking about it already, right? The Mathilda was open. They decided to go for Suyo, which is fine. But they couldn't get the wins on the side lanes there. And I'm not too sure about the Minotaur pick. I personally am not a big fan of the Minotaur pick. Not a big fan of the Valentina pick. I think they ended the draft with a pretty weak draft. But the first phase was pretty good, right? The fact that they actually got the Khalid in there too. Yeah, the Phobias. You give the hero that's already broken in team fights an all-in type of hero some mobility with the Mathilda and some more sustainability while he's already dealing a lot of damage, while he's already resetting his own ultimate now. It's just a recipe for disaster for whoever is going to face off against it. And not even the Suyo, it seems, can handle that kind of pressure. The Suyo was not doing good here. And this was the matchup that we were talking about hyping up to be a Suyo-centric matchup against the Nolan. Hoda took that and said, nah, bro. You saw that in a different game. I am him. I am the Nolan god, bro. He played it so well. If there was a special shout out, I would love to give it to Hoda. The positioning, when he decided to come in the team fights, the decision making was sublime, honestly, by Hoda.
Yeah. He said, nah, I'd win, but he actually won, not like the other guy in that anime. But yeah, but yeah, we're gonna take it to our host first for something that you might want to see here in the stage.
التعليق والنقل الاكثر من رائع زي ما انتم شايفين. تويستد مايند 2-0. فريق الجي كي جالس يعاني صراحه امام تويستد مايند، بالذات ان البدايه صارت لصالح تويستد مايند بنتيجه ولا اجمل 2-0، لكن لسه باقي معانا مباريات كثيره وتحديات كثيره. بيست اوف 7 وبطل البطوله لسه ما بين معنا بنسبه كبيره، ولا نعرف مين هو بطل هالنسخه، يا ترى جي كي او تويستد مايند. فخلونا ايضا نرحب بالجمهور الاعزاء الموجودين معانا المبسوطين بالاجواء اللي جالسين نعيشها الان. والسؤال الاعظم والاجمل، لازم نعرف مين الجيم اكسبيرينس اللي موجودين معانا، ونطلع لكم الشخصيه ونعطيكم 50,000 دايموند تنبسطون معانا بهالحدث الكبير. لكن لابد يكون معانا ناس عارفه وفاهمه، و50,000 دايموند راح تكون لصالح احد من الجمهور الموجود معنا. والرجال من الحين متحمس، لكن خلينا نشوف مين الهيرو اللي راح يطلع خلف الشاشة، ولابد تعطونا توقع صحيح 100%، وبالذات انه بتاخذون 50,000 دايموند. ففكروا شوي، خليكم مبسوطين شوي. انت متحمس على طول، تبغى تطلع على طول، تعال من الحين. طيب خلينا نرحب. صفق يا جماعة. لازم تاخذ نظرة ثانية. طيب شلونك اول شيء؟
الحمد لله بخير.
قبل تجاوب، وش رانكك داخل الجيم؟
كيف؟
الرانك حقك.
ميثيكال جلوري.
اكيد. طيب مين الشخصية؟
ازمرالدا اكيد.
اكيد. صفق يا جماعة الخير. يستاهل صراحة.
After that forbidden combo in game number 2. Oh, I'm sorry. After that haram combo in game number 2, Twisted Minds were able to secure the second game, and they are halfway. They're halfway to Malaysia. What is gonna be the solution here, Rashi? Because I feel like in these two games earlier, they brought out the first game, Twisted Minds brought out the Karukacha. It's banned in the second game. Now, they've done it all.
Yeah, I think there's definitely things they have to adjust here, especially game plan wise, right? How they're gonna play the early to mid to late game. I think it's there, right? But it's gonna take time for them to really solve that issue, Shevin.
Okay, we're gonna check it out to break first to further prep us for game number 3 in MPL MENA Grand Finals Season 6. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Grand Finals of MPL MENA Season 6. Once again with me, Shefin, Mirko, and Arashi. And after their loss last season in the Grand Finals, Twisted Minds lost 4-1 to Falcons Esports. But right now, they are on route to take it all the way, even sweeping GK Esports in this Grand Finals and go to M6. Now, Arashi, they need a needle mover. A move that pretty much caught the opponent off guard. At this point, like, what's gonna be the move?
Oh man, it has to be something that can set up, right? Because we've seen that. I think a big problem is in the playmaking. Again and again, Twisted Minds have been the ones to actually make the plays happen, engage on it, and even when they do have a better initiator, when they have more chances, it seems like GK kind of takes it a bit easy, and I feel like they should kind of, wrestle the control away from Twisted Minds, because it really seems like that's something that Twisted Minds are completely abusing to really get ahead of GK in some of these games. And from the looks of it, I mean, what do you think, bro? Because the predictions, right? There's that prediction mini game going on. We can get 1,000 diamonds if we can predict the right score. With the way things are going, dude, it's looking kind of one-sided for Twisted Minds. Shevin in particular, bro, do you think GK is gonna mount some kind of comeback? With that kind of strategy, right? Do they want to go with something more aggressive, maybe, right?
Ooh.
Well, we're gonna hold that for a second here because we have a comment here from Kyrie to one of the best junglers in MENA, Hoda. Hey Hoda, I've heard about your impressive playoff run with Twisted Minds. It's not easy stepping up like that, but you made it happen. Keep pushing yourself, and maybe we'll meet at M6. Let's see who dominates the jungle. Good luck and soar beyond limits. Wow, that's a whole lot of praise from one of the best in the business out there, Mirko.
I'm a big fan of Kyrie. I think all of us are here at Indo-English casters, right? We're a big fan of him. Let's really hope that they can actually do what Twisted Minds have been able to do all the way from the lower brackets. It looked like coming into the Grand Finals, GK were the ones to be, maybe the new champs here, taking over from Falcons, who were able to beat Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds sticking to the same lineup. We know that it's very hard for a roster like this, for a roster that has been together for more than a year, to stay consistent. But it does seem like Twisted Minds has actually gotten better through the lower bracket run, through the losses and through the mistakes that they've made in the playoffs. They have learned from that, they have adapted from that, and now GK, they're the ones left to kind of adapt and improvise themselves, right? And I think for them, going on with a lot of these overthinking type of picks is not the best choice to go for, right? The Valentina and the Minotaur. We got to talk about those two picks, man, because I think for the first phase, they won it with a Suyo, a Harith as well. A Khalid, they were looking good. And the fact that there was no Lunops to counter it, they took away the Clint as well. No kill pressure for the Moskov lane. Yet they didn't go for a roamer that can actually rotate fast enough. They didn't go for a mid laner with Prio. It was up against a Vexana, by the way. So it was auto prio to the Vexana Mathilda, who already had a mobility advantage.
Sure seems to be the case right there. So again, being more proactive here could really help GK with how they want to really get an advantage, because they're able to find some things, but again, when they are forced to kind of wait around, it seems like team for Twisted Minds, they're able to find these weird angles. They're able to actually make the surprise play happen. So I think getting more control will be a great idea, and having more flexibility when it comes down to how you want to play it out. Because again, we highlighted that issue all the way from the beginning of game number 2. They were going with a roaming Minotaur, but they wanted to go for that combo. Unlike Twisted Minds in game number 1, where they have the Garodkacha, where they have a lot more tools to throw out to kind of like interchange with each other. In game number 2, I mean, GK were struggling to find the right fights, and eventually everything just became about the Minion Fury. And the moment the Minion Fury doesn't really land as ideally, or it wasn't as impactful as they needed to be, everything just starts crumbling, man. Like, so I feel like they gotta figure something out here, pick and choose, maybe coordinate between the EXP lane and the roamer, right? Who wants to be a playmaker, who wants to kind of be the front line. Something like that can really serve in their favor, Shepard.
Yeah, I think also the fact that quite literally there is no purify at all in the first or the second match earlier. When you have that much control, it kind of signifies that you don't really execute it the right way. So I think maybe the main problem still is the execution part, because even in game number 1, they were not really behind by that much in the late game, there is still some kind of outplay that you can think of. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to the way you actually execute the plays, man. Like, it's not just about the drive, it's not just about what the coach already presented to you. You have to somehow cook the ingredient to your favor. As we're gonna take a look into the third game draft. And right away, GK ban still the same, that Gatot Kacha and that Hoda Funny.
Okay. Same bans across here. Honestly, the Fanny and Gatot makes sense, but the fact that GK's esports still decided to go blue side means that they can actually try to just correct the little mistakes that they made in the drafts previously, right? So they should be able still to get that Suyo. I think especially after that win, Twisted Minds will be comfortable to leave that open. So far, they're going for the exact same route. Fanny, Gatot into the Edith. So again, setting up for the Suyo pick. So do you agree, Arashi? Do you think it was just a problem with the second phase draft for GK Esports?
I don't know if the second phase draft was the fatal mistake that ruined everything, but I do agree that the first phase just looked so much better compared to the second phase. But look at this. Yo, they're going straight for that Phoveus that were giving them so many issues, but now they're going to be letting go of that Suyo. And technically, a hero like the Phoveus that wants to sustain, that wants to stay alive with low HP, you can struggle against the execute mechanic coming in, the mini Brahman ult coming in from the Suyo.
Yeah.
It's gonna be super tough,
looking at
especially
it.
Matilda is already picked.
The thing is, right? Yeah, the Matilda gets picked up, so what? They go Suyo here for sure, right? There's no way they don't go for Suyo unless they want to combo it together with the Alpha. Yeah, it has to be Suyo, and then GK will be put in a tough spot, and then yeah, for Twisted Minds, they can still pick up the Vixana, which still would be amazing, by the way, right? The reason Twisted Minds went for the Vixana in game number 2 was because it is one of the counters towards the Phoveus. So we'll see if GK actually try to do the same thing here by taking away the counter to the Phoveus before the opponents can.
Super tough. And now GK, as the second game earlier, is looking to close out the first phase of the picking phase here with some solid picks. Now, the Matilda Phoveus is already gone because the Matilda is already picked by Twisted Minds. And generally, there's really no like a good counter towards a Matilda, but it looks like it's going to be a lead and also a Julian. So bye-bye towards the flexibility of that Khalid. It's gonna be a Khalid Warmer maybe, even though in MDL Indonesia I believe earlier Khalid has been picked in the mid lane, but I don't know if that's gonna be the option here GK Esports. But yeah, to be fair, it's a global ban, it's not like this.
Right, but man, Khalid in the roaming position, I feel like it's slightly underrated, right? You have so much pressure being roaming around. Your kit as a Khalid kind of allows you to kind of stay on the map constantly. You don't have a mana bar. You can kind of have a built-in sustain tool, and you move fast, right? What more do you want? And you have decent damage, by the way. Even if you go for a full-on tank build with a concussive blast, you can still do a hefty amount of damage to the backliners. So it's a great option for GK, but at the same time, this is a very all-in type of composition, and for Twisted Minds, they immediately spotted out. They go for the Aurora that's been so good, so prio when it comes to these big team fights. And with 3 fighters, right, they're kind of at risk of getting caught in a massive frigid glacier, and if that happens, it's gonna be fatal. So GK, you gotta find ways to deal with the crowd control now that they have the sustain and playmaking advantage.
Honestly, at this point, I think even next birth pick for Sanji again is not really a bad idea, because when you think of the heroes here, Phoveus and also Khalid, the frontliners, it's gonna be there mostly in the objective fights also, and Sanji can just repeat the process again, especially when you have that Matilda in your favor. And once again, as I said earlier in the first game, after the first game, sometimes the simple solution might work, you know? And you don't really have to have that big setup for you or your teammate to be able to do the job. Maybe just counter out your counterpart in the laning phase might be a good idea here, but I don't know if that's going to be the case for Twisted Minds here, as they banned 2 mages right away. 2 very annoying mages in Faramis and also a Vixana. Now, what's going to be the option here, Rashi, for GK Esports now that all of these mid laners has been banned? 3 mid laners banned, in fact, from Twisted Minds.
I'm thinking something like a Yves can work. It's been rising in popularity. It can kind of slow everyone down, can move together with the team, and kind of add one more layer to allow your fighters to kind of catch up. But yeah, if they do go for that, there is still a risk of getting dove on by the Suyo. Now with Twisted Minds picking up the Harith, having physical damage supplied from the jungle as well. Oh man, I feel like they need some more safety tools almost, some way. Oh, as I say safety though, there comes the one with the mobility, with the crowd control immunity as well, Mirko. This is a pick that you're very familiar with.
Oh. Yeah, that's a really good pick up against the Harith too. Love it. The Valentina, technically only the only real mid laner they can take now, right? Other than the Vexana, Faramis, Juicin, all of those banned out already. The Aurora taken away. Really smart move from Twisted Minds. I guess they saw what GK played just earlier with Smile and the Valentina, wasn't able to really create an impact. But the thing is, that's why I feel like, oh wow, they go for CC here instead of a tanky boy. I guess trying to capitalize on the fact that the Khalid and the Phobius will have a lot of HP to try to punish. So maybe that's the case. I would have expected definitely something like a X-Morg, like Mr. Sheffin mentioned, especially with the Frog armor, right? You can actually kind of stop the crossbow attack with the Frog armor getting used up. It kind of like puts the crossbow tank down again. But yeah, for me, this time, I'm not really a big fan of the Aurora into the Valentina. I feel like if they went for the Vexana, then they could have gone for the Aurora and Faramis ban, and then it would have been the same issue, right? Where the Valentina wouldn't be able to get any real good ultimates. But I think the Frigid Glacier is a pretty darn good ultimate here to take for GK Esports, and they should be able to utilize it in a combo themselves with a Khalid, with a 1-1 too. GK actually have a pretty strong composition now.
Yeah, a lot of burden on towards Troll's shoulder here, trying to cover his teammates, heal up his teammates, pretty much doing everything that Mathilda can do in the Land of Dawn. Look at that match. Look at that, man. I like the color scheme, bro. Like the greens and all that stuff. It looks pretty peaceful. I don't know why.
Oh, peaceful. Interesting word to use there, Shevin, because the game we're gonna witness soon will not be peaceful at all, dude. Both teams wanting to go for the brawl. Both teams having those big ultimates to really make plays happen. I feel like we're in for a massive fireworks show right here for game number 3 of the Grand Finals.
And right away,
it seems like we're just gonna get into the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, looking at the spells here, nothing too crazy here, just pretty standard all over the place. Maybe Sano going for the Purify, and makes sense, man, against this Khalid, against this kind of pressure that you have especially in the late game. It's gonna be very vital for this guy to be able to survive this onslaught from GK. But Arashi, speaking of onslaught, man, this Shen pick, this Khalid, what is he gonna do in the early game?
It's gonna be an absolute nuisance, as we just saw right there. Moving in the front line, being tankier than you were gonna expect. And if he plays the pesky style, by all means, the Suyo is strong, but it's still an assassin. The Khalid can be a massive problem for him to deal with. But otherwise, he can just do this. Help out with the clearing the same way a Jawhead would, and, you know, just go for the ganks, right? With being so mobile, you can gank so efficiently with this Khalid. And later on, especially at level 4, you can have a massive playmaking tool. A big key factor to note right here, though, is the fact that Sano went for the Purify, and there's none on the side of GK Esports. So they're the ones expecting to be able to walk forwards aggressively, thinking that they're the ones going to be pushing the pace. But for Twisted Minds, they have like a makeshift Phobius Mathilda combo using the CC, right? It's also tanky, also sustains well and does a lot of damage. So technically, they can use it the same way to pressure GK Esports, the exact same way that they did in game number 2.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a bit passive here coming in from Twisted Minds. They knew that they can kite really well with the resources and also the skills that they have, especially with the Mathilda. But in terms of objective game, it looks like they just plan to concede right away.
Yeah, no real setup here, honestly, for the side of Twisted Minds. That's why not a big fan of the CC pick again, right? The fact that you're not really a full bully against the Phobius, the fact that he's playing it just to shove as well, that gave GK Esports an option to go for the turtle. And remember, we in Rashi already kind of spoke about this previously. If the Suyo doesn't get snowballing, it becomes a pretty tough pick to actually pull off. Up top as well. Whoa, Carvey.
Whoa.
Already dealing a lot of damage. Sano falling back, and yep, Carvey winning up in this matchup. Shen already rotating up top. Smile walking forward too. Stole away the Frigid Glacier. There's gonna be some rotations from the side of Twisted Minds, but Carvey will just get a few shots in on that turret up top.
Finally, an ideal game in the early game for GK Esports to build from, especially when you look at the 1-1. This is a marksman. They can scale better than their counterpart in the Harith with the magic damage. And this might be the first blood here, especially Sino is already in top lane, Mirko.
Might be. No kills just as of yet, though. And up top, it is just going to be the respect over from Sano. He knows he can't do anything here. Up against Zeno and Carvey. It might actually be a turret take. Yeah, they're going to get take the turret under the 4th minute here. Arashi snowballing Julian 1-1. Mid lane though, Hoda trying to go for a trade. Shen, Raging Sandstorm back. At least you can see that damage and the kill pressure from Twisted Minds still alive though, despite the early lead on GK.
That was a brute force turret take from the side of GK, dude. He just kept sending people there, and Twisted Minds, instead of having the Mathilda, they can't really match the rotations. Now that Sano's that far behind, you have to remember, the Suyo needs a snowball, but so does the 1-1. And Carvey was doing a great job. Even solo, he was able to force Sano to really burn out the Zaman Force earlier. So Twisted Minds actually getting pressured for once, but they are rotating away from the spawning turtle here. Might be going for an exchange, a trade almost, the same way that GK Esports did.
But look at how mobile Shen is right now, but they still pull the trigger though.
Rotating down below, Carvey didn't stand a chance. 5 members rotating. Frigid Glacier over to Shen. Look at that damage coming down. Raging Sandstorm and the Flicker out to safety. Meanwhile, GK Esports utilizing this to go for the trade on the board, but Twisted Minds, it does seem like they don't care about the turtle. They're just going to go for the turret gold here. Is that Smile with a rotation? No ultimate to take right here. He can't take the Circling Eagle. Will decide to use it. No, actually doesn't. It's just going to be the turret gold over to Twisted Minds, and GK will get a second turtle in this game.
Oh, let's talk about the mechanics of Shen though at that time. I think if he were to Raging Sandstorm to the back, instead he's gonna get killed. Instead he goes to the front and just flickers back. I didn't really thought of that. That was a very cool mechanics there from Shen.
And it's great plays by GK there. In addition, Smile also rotated, kind of denied Twisted Minds from equalizing on the turret advantage. Now with a Thunder Belt picked up by Samo, you can expect more fights to be forced out by GK. And if Twisted Minds won't give it to them, they might go for dives. They might even go for a play onto the purple buff, which we haven't seen so far, but look at this roam pressure, dude. The gold lane zoned away by the roamer.
It is absolute insanity. Yeah, because this is what you expect from early game Khalid, man. The mobility and also the early game damage. Troll has to wait for the item to stack up if he wants to be a bit more of a difference maker here, because so far, if he were to check on the bushes, he's gonna get punished right away. Meanwhile, in the top lane, sneaky Hoda straight takes the turret.
Interesting turret take right there. So Hoda definitely isn't snowballing, but he's also getting out-farmed by Sino. That's a surprising part. We know Julian can clear really, really well, but you can see that Hoda somewhat getting pressured. There's a lot of aggression coming through. And once again, that's a Raging Sandstorm baited out. GK Esports, they're not getting a lot of big plays with these Raging Sandstorms, but the fact that they are forcing Twisted Minds to kind of react, you know, to pretty their movements. Oh, look at this though.
Circling Eagle. Oh, Flicker from Cuffing getting the freeze down and the Frigid Glacier. Hoda was just a bait. Well played from Twisted Minds. They get a pick up onto Zeno. And look at the rotation. They go straight up top instead of the neutral objective. So trying to stagger a bit of the timer for the neutral objective. Twisted Minds is trying to go for the reset. Carvey will have the crossbow attack. Will decide to pop it in. The Vengeance gets used up. Sanji able to escape for a bit. Smile actually stole away the Circling Eagle. Carvey, no crossbow attack, no Inspire. That might be the opening for Twisted Minds to go for the turtle, and it is going to be that opening. Shen Let's see if he can find a massive Raging Sandstorm. Guiding into the front with a Circling Eagle, zoning Xeno. No, smile away. Xeno decided to just go for the purple buff. And just like in game 2, Twisted Minds are... They lost the early game. They get control of stun over Shen. Bursted down. Raging Sandstorm Flicker. Hoda unable to get the snipe down. And Twisted Minds recover after being down 2,000 gold just with a fight and a pick.
Insane coming in from Twisted Minds, and now the game is just a whole 180 difference here. The gold lead is almost non-existent from GK Esports, and I expect that to be different in the next 30 minutes. Meanwhile,
curtain call. Samo forced back Frigid Glacier and the freeze. Just for the vengeance. Now, Xeno walking up. Hoda getting the stun down, canceling out a bit of the sword. Sanji, no vengeance. Gotta respect this. Able to escape the triple dash there. CC plus the guiding wind. It seems like Twisted Minds will still be able to escape from that situation. But GK, they're still holding on to that very small gold lead.
Alright, so for both teams, it's still kind of equal for the most part, right? When it comes to the turrets, when it comes to the control, and the gold even, there really isn't a massive disparity just yet. The longer the game goes though, I think it kind of favors... interesting. I think it kind of favors Twisted Minds just due to the fighter priority for the side of GK Esports. Twisted Minds will have more damage to swing around the longer the game goes, and technically in a 1v1, that CC is an absolute problem to deal with. So even later on, Samo on the Phobias might have more teamfight presence, but that might be it.
Walking up, that's a back combo. Hoda! Gonna be caught by the Raging Sandstorm. Smile with the execute. Just with the dashes forward, GK. To get back one boar on the board. Tuffman kind of goes for the clear. Xeno is on it. Has the enhanced sword, I believe, to escape. Yes, Sana pops in his Zaman Force. It gets zoned away by Carvey. GK still showing that their composition has what it takes to win these team fights.
good map recognition from GK Esports. They realize that Harith is no longer inside, is not in the vicinity, and they pulled the trigger with a numbers advantage. Now they're gonna take the Lord without any retaliation whatsoever. Coming in from Hoda. That might be the first neutral objective so far in the series for GK.
Ooh. Interesting moves there. The trade of Frigid Glaciers, it seems like. But for Twisted Minds, definitely falling behind. GK Esports did a great job playing with this fighter priority, right? The idea is that the fighters are tanky, they do some damage, but you know, Jack of all trades, master of none. So if they can jump in together and get the prior member for Twisted Minds, in this case it was Hoda earlier, or maybe Sano, the longer the game goes, then GK Esports still come out on top, even though they trade equally. So Twisted Minds have to kind of respect that and make sure that they have solutions. They only have the Frigid Glacier as a way to stop the full-on charge. Hoda maybe, with the fighter mode, can kind of do some crowd control, but aside from that, it's only about maneuverability.
Look at this up top. They're already kind of struggling to clear this Lord up, it seems. You know, they're going to have to use a lot of resources. Shen corralling around. Sanji getting the comp by the sword. Sano already for the pursuit. That's a Frigid Glacier. Over to 3. Actually fighting 3. Whoa, Sano with a burst. Taking him out. Hoda coming with the side. Raging Sandstorm connecting on Hoda, but the damage is going to be enough from Troll to find that kill. Shen getting the slash down. Now escaping Hoda with the execute towards Smile. Carvey, one more necessary for the crossbow tang. Finds it. Hoda blinks away. Still gets taken down. Crossbow tang over. Sano with a dash forward. Unable to get the kill, but it's a 3-for-2 trade. And Twisted Minds, they didn't even lose a tier 1. They didn't even lose a mid lane tier 1. That's crazy. How the hell did they do that? That defense was immaculate.
They knew their weapons and they used it the right way, man. They knew that they need to be the one on the responding end, and they did just that. And so far in this game, it's always, you know, they're pulling the trigger first, and Twisted Mind always respond in the perfect way. Shen though.
Okay, Raging Sandstorm defensively, no flicker to save him. Oh, not enough. Shen surviving with 1 HP, just barely getting out of that skirmish. And Xeno, I believe he took that purple buff away too. So, hey, that's a dub by Mr. Shen.
For sure, man. I think it's the 3rd time so far in this game the Raging Sandstorm plays. It's not really raging, it's just back down and calm and collected and try to regroup with the group. And he's escaping all the deaths that's coming out onto him.
Hoda now with the BOD though, it's gonna be doing a lot more damage. but he needs to kind of wait and choose. He's playing this Suyo so much more impatiently compared to the Nolan. Earlier, he was able to kind of wait around, find the right moment to go in. But we were seeing earlier, right? Hoda was the one chasing, being the one in the front. And he kind of has to understand that it's still an assassin. You want to be a bit more careful when it comes down to it. With the Lord coming up, with the wave kind of favoring Twisted Minds though. Let's see here. There's outplay potential for GK Esports, but Twisted Minds can definitely make a play.
Let's see. It all relies on how they can actually bait Samo in and kite back away. Twisted Minds have the CC to do it, but do they have the damage to burst them down? Is the question now. They're still gonna have to just go for the resets overall. Twisted Minds have the advantage, by the way. Slow push down to the bottom lane. But they're not gonna try to go for the commitment. They want to try to reset it with GK Zeno. Takes the aggro back. Oh, Saxon with a flicker combo. Troll able to get out Carvey though. Now dishing out some damage. Won't be able to go for the crossbow attack. And Sano with his Zaman Force. Back and forth. Shen getting the execute down. Now as the Infernal Pursuit comes down. Sanji out of the fight already. Hoda with a flick forward. Zeno with a chase. Troll surviving, guiding win away. Just 1-for-1. Both the gold laners down.
It's 1-for-1, but the neutral objective battle still gonna be a tough one for Twisted Minds. Hoda, can he go in?
Oh man, goes in for the stun smile, almost executed down. Curtain calls Chen and Samo down as he goes in for a little bit of the yo-yo hits. It's going to be the Lord going over to GK Esports for the fight. Samo will just be taken out. Sanji go for the chase. Zeno with the enhanced sword, escaping away, but the chase is too much. A flicker from Cuffin to take the kill over. 3 kills for the enhanced Lord. Twisted Minds going for the turret in the mid lane. They're gonna give Sano the chance to go for the clear up top. They don't care about it. They want to go for some more turrets. Smile. You gotta respect this. Hoda's coming over as well. Carvey rotating forward. Hoda trying to go for the stun. Unable to find it. Now stealing away the purple buff. A win for TM.
What a response coming in from Twisted Minds. They knew they has to concede the neutral objective, but they find something on the other end, which is kills. They got 3 Rashi.
And that's a great play there for Twisted Minds to identify the fact that, hey, GK Esports are having the advantage here. They have the information. We can't even go for a guaranteed play onto the neutral objective. So what we can do is go for the members who are doing it. So they are able to punish GK Esports, and they make it worth their while. They actually got a couple of objectives in that exchange. Looking at it again here, the Raging Sandstorm engaged there finally from Shin, but then the Frigid Glacier just stops everything, and Sano dives in alone 1v3, gets taken out. So Twisted Minds, once again, they have potential, but they have to kind of play it more calculatively when they are actually in the midst of a dangerous situation like that, where if Sino got just a bit further or does a bit more damage, that could have gone terribly for Twisted Minds.
Almost getting to execute Hoda, a bit too aggressive. Carvey turns it around. Just 2 more, actually 1 more weakness point over to Cuffin, and that could have been brutal for Twisted Minds. Hoda's gotta be careful, man. On the Fanning, we saw a bit of this, and now on the Suyo, we're seeing it too. Now going for the siege, tier 2 taken down in the mid lane, just down to their base turrets, Twisted Minds.
Man, what was that coming in from Hoda? I mean, on the Fanny, I get it, you're trying to get kills, but at that time with the Suyo, I feel like that's more than just naive. That was just bad, man.
Exactly, dude. You gotta understand it. You have a fighter mode where you take less damage, but at the same time, you know, you're kind of stuck out there if you go in, right? It's not the same kind of in and out like a Nolan can possibly do. I think it's a lot wiser for them to really just allow Sanji to do his work. Like earlier, all these good engagements that Twisted Minds have been able to get has been off the back of Sanji making the play. The pick-off on the top side towards Samo, the dive to the backline earlier in the Lord, near the Lord pit as well. You gotta play around that, right? The strong EXP lane that they picked for this extra bit of damage.
Now already 16 minutes has elapsed in this game. The Lord's gonna come up, and once again, looks like Twisted Minds. What's going on here? GK Sports, they want to blitz this?
Infernal Pursuit, Winter Crown used up by the Suyo. Hoda, can he do it? He walks in forward, blinks forward, but will be caught off. The Lord also going towards GK. Carvey unable to get the crossbow tank. Shen still. You can see they're healing up HP with the Khalid. It's a jungle traded in for nothing, and the Lord went to GK. Twisted, can they go for the defense? Can they defend against GK's composition? This is an enhanced Lord, second one of the game. Or third one, rather.
It's super hard. It's super hard. It's Harith. It's not a Moskov. And what was that coming in from Twisted Minds, man? They're supposed to be better at macro game, but at that time, it's not just terrible, not horrible. That's terrible. A combination of both. They showed up in the bottom lane and they just blitzed the Lord right away. GK Esports on the onslaught.
Enhanced Lord charging the mid lane, finding one. That's another in the bottom lane. Like you said, man, wave clear is definitely questionable for Twisted Minds here. It's all about burst with their composition. Only the CC really having consistent damage. Frigid Glacier coming down. Oh, the execute from Hoda as he blinks forward. Zeno taking down Carvey, still going with the kite. One more weakness point. Unable to find it. Just one more on Sanji. Now kiting back again. Samuel getting chased down. Comfort very low. Passive already brought down. But somehow Twisted Minds find an amazing team fight off of a pick from Cuffin. And they live to see another day, another defense from Twisted Minds. Hold up, Carvey.
Cool down, man.
Walking up Sanji, trying to survive now. Crossbow Tang ready, cropped in, win a crown though. That's the weakness. Now Carvey gonna be executed down. Circling Eagle, not ready just yet, but the guiding win will bring Hoda back again. Smile with the flicker backwards, baiting on Zaman Force. Now the Circling Eagle comes in, and Sato gets brought into the back, finding the kill as well. No crossbow Tang. That's a winner crown bought in by Troll just in time, but he will be able to find a kill. Pops in the winner crown, but still that trade isn't worth it. It's only the roamer traded in for Samo, and the fact that Twisted Minds can now use this to look for another fight, another pick to set up for Lord is massive.
It is massive indeed. Back and forth in this point of the game for Twisted Minds and GK Esports. But so far, even though they have the economy advantage, GK, it doesn't look like they have the pressure in Twisted Minds' hearts.
I mean, Twisted Minds has just been hitting back every single time, harder and harder. The next Lord is going to be on the side of the map, where fortunately, on the opposite side, Twisted Minds has the base tower still available, so they can still have an edge in the macro department. Let's take a look at that fight earlier. Sino, with no cooldowns, gets stuck with the Frigid Glacier, and you're seeing that Suyo damage. Now, fortunately for GK, they're able to hit back, still do a lot of damage. But with so many members already taken down, they're forced to run away, and Troll made this great play to buy so much time and at least force GK Esports to kind of commit to this fight, lose 2 members, but now it's a 5v5. And technically, I think the wave is still favoring Twisted Minds though, so they can play it slow. But GK, we've seen, have been more aggressive, so Twisted Minds have to kind of expect the unexpected.
They're trying to chunk him down now. Again, this time, it does look like GK have actually done a lot of their homework up top. It's a slow push building for them. So Twisted Minds will be the ones struggling to get control over the Lord.
Sanji still trying to scout the situation here. He's a fighter, not a tank, so it's gonna be harder for him. But thankfully, though, it's Troll on a Matilda, so the healing is always there. They can stay as long as they can, but I don't know if that's going to be the same for GK Esports. They do not have a healer, but so far, the members of GK Esports, they have some kind of heal built into them. But now, what's going to happen? Will they pull the trigger on this one?
They're going to have to send Hoda up top there. You can see it. Hoda gonna have to clear the wave, and this might be an opening for GK. They see it. Carvey on it, Smile walking forward, has a Frigid Glacier, pops it in. No one gets caught. Circling Eagle still ready, but Hoda is way too far away. Zeno just retrieves it and secures it for the team. Zeno gonna be caught by the curtain call, still able to use the enhanced sword to escape as Smile goes into the back. Samuel going for the chase. Raging Sandstorm towards it, the Purify as well. The crossbow Tang not ready just yet. He's unable to utilize it. Twisted Minds. The communication needs to be better if they want to set Hoda up top to clear.
And they burned the Purify on the Harutharashi. Sano is much more vulnerable now.
Definitely, Shen looks for a play, looks for a chance to engage right here. GK Esports, this is their window, but they gotta be careful. The ultimates are available for Twisted Minds. We've seen this play out before.
So far, the waves are quite staggered, so Twisted Minds actually have a chance to go for the defense here. Frigid Glacier already used up, though. Big resources, Hoda low. But it seems like GK will take the slow route. They will just take the base turret up top. They won't try to force anything, despite the fact that Twisted Minds have lost a lot of their resources already. No ults on the board, for Cuffin at least. So that's a big game changer, I would say, for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, both teams, you can see the hesitation from both of these teams, man. They lack the definite engage potential. Yes, there is a Raging Sandstorm, but the cooldown or like the stun duration is not that great either. And you have a few purifies and all that stuff from Twisted Minds, so it's gonna be harder for you to pull the trigger. Meanwhile, they're gonna chase down onto a Shen.
Oh, freeze and able to find the Frigid Glacier. Zeno's gonna be caught. Immortality bought in time. Can he buy more items? No, Hoda just executes him. Zeno is down for 50. But luckily, there's nothing to take. GK, I think they're fine despite losing Zeno.
Alright, it's gonna be hard for them.
Twisted Minds.
They're trying to go away from Matilda. Super hard, and now they have the advantage here and try to siege down on towards the mid turret. Even though the turret is still favoring hard towards GK Esports Arashi, but so far in the wave department, I don't think Twisted Minds have a lot of problem before the neutral objective.
Yeah, Twisted Minds can kind of play it safe right here. Technically, if you want to think about it, man, Twisted Minds can kind of scale out, but Sanji has kind of been forced to be this twin frontliner. But look at this, whoa! Fight attempt from GK.
Nah, it's still the guiding win. That's why the Matilda always comes in handy. Anytime you get picked off, you can always just call Troll for the getaway or get out of jail free card there.
Yeah, now Smile got the Frigid Glacier, so already a good resource that he has at this point in the next neutral objective fight, a big one. This might be the last neutral objective of the game that both of these teams gonna secure, but let's see though. Fourth round at this point, already 24 minutes has elapsed in this game. Sano even bought the Winter Crown at this point. It's gonna be harder for Carvey to stack up or chain up that crossbow of Tang. Now, what is going to happen? Once again, GK Esports is gonna have the advantage on the Lord. It's gonna chunk it out a bit by bit. Now, the main objective for Twisted Minds is not to repeat the same mistakes over and over again, showing up on the other side of the map, Arashi.
But they already set up a slow push on the bottom side though. Hoda didn't clear the wave completely, left 1 or 2 minions just to make sure that it kind of builds up. Sanji though, ooh, he's gotta be careful, man.
Oh, they're gonna go on to Zeno. Fortune hand sword, isolating Samo. Oh, he gets the Inferno Pursuit over to Hoda there. No, Frigid Glacier actually already used up as well. Hoda trying to escape, and he chased down by Carvey. Still has a bit of sustain. They're still able to keep the waves down below in a safe position. But man, Cuffin's gotta be way more clinical when it comes down to using the Frigid Glacier. Sano also. Zaman Force for the Khalid.
I think it's gonna be tough for Ashi, especially when you think about it. There's no far lane hero out there in this game, so they're gonna stay at this Lord Pit as long as they want it to be, man. It's gonna be not just a Lord dance, it's a Lord... it's whatchamacallit, a dance that lasts for a long time, but now...
Whoa!
Flicker forward, Frigid Glacier, good winner crown to escape it though from Samo. And for pursuit to re-engage, Frigid Glacier from Smile finds them, and now it's just everybody falling down. GK, they might have gotten their first win with that team fight. Only Cuffin left to defend, no Flicker on him as well. There's absolutely no way you can defend this alone. Shen zoning him in the back, and now it's gonna be GK just targeting the Crystal to bring us to another game. It's 2-1, not a clean sweep for Twisted Minds.
Finally, some sort of retaliation in the score department for GK Esports. They're not done just yet. As Samo said earlier, their gameplay is gonna be as strong as his hair. And now, you're definitely gonna get a game 5, but how far can GK take it? Man, oh man, because even in that game, it's not really the most convincing showing, man. A lot of blunders from both teams. But yeah, still a good victory to start off the comeback.
Great moment for sure for GK. Going with a more aggressive approach, and it really has paid off. Looking at some of the highlights right here, you can see that the Khalid pick, right? Of course, the Phobius was doing great. Sino the Julian was great, getting great retributions. Carvey on the 1-1 was an absolute menace, very elusive as well. But at the core, on the core level, it was Shen on the Khalid that was just such a nuisance all the way from the beginning of the game and even late in the game, able to bait out several spells, several ultimates coming in from Twisted Minds, and they really didn't do as good of a job in those big team fights, even in the macro department. So is this a sign that GK Esports have found a winning solution, has kind of read through the pattern? Because Twisted Minds, we have to see now, how do they react when they're not the aggressors? When they're on the back foot, what's going to happen? Because if they show vulnerability here, GK Esports can take this template, take this blueprint, and apply it to the next couple of games and set themselves up for a for a reverse sweep.
So you're telling me 4-2 is not out of the table, Arashi? Oh, my prediction is looking strong right now.
Wait, hang on a second. I thought you
I changed it to
something
4-2.
else, Kevin.
You changed it to 4-2 as Twisted Minds got the second game, but hey, Sheffin, listen. The one time you kind of, didn't talk, they got a win. But the two times you said it was going to be GK getting the dub, they got 2 back-to-back games. Now, I don't want to say that's a pattern, Sheffin, but we have had patterns before. This could be another Twisted Minds 2 back-to-back, and that could be a 4-1 prediction to the other side, Sheffin.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of prediction though, don't forget that you guys can predict the score and get 1,000 diamonds for free. Yes, 1,000 diamonds for 10 of you. It's not divided by 10. It's 1,000 times 10 for all of you guys. So don't forget to predict it as we take a look deeper into the stats, Arashi. What can you, decrypt from this statistics?
I think you can say that the Suyo definitely is still strong in the late game, but I think the maneuverability, right? Because Hoda was doing damage, and even in that final fight where it looked so bad for Twisted Minds, he was still able to get a complete assassination, right? Just delete someone from the side of GK Esports. But afterwards, right, what happens there? And looking at the post-game stats here, you can see Samo, with all the pendants, making a statement. He was definitely a massive problem on the Phobias. So 2 times we've seen the Suyo, and twice we've seen it lost, actually. So is this a sign? Do both teams just want to double down for that late game? Because throughout today's match, this particular grand final, not a lot of games have been ended below the 18-minute mark, I believe.
It's been super long games here in MPL MENA Season 6 Grand Finals, so definitely looking at it, maybe the snowball kind of composition might not be able to get the job done, but also it honestly just feels like the composition for Twisted Minds was not really fully to enable the Suyo, right? For the most part, it's kind of like everybody's doing their own thing. The CC, I'm still not a big fan of it, right? Even though we were talking about how the CC can counter the Phobius and also the Khalid, a lot of HP there. You can try to go for the shred and, maximize your passive or your damage dealing there with the max HP percentage damage. I still think they should have just set up for the Suyo. They should have made Suyo the main carry to get that early game and to win it out, because despite them actually having the counter matchup, Twisted Minds having their matchups actually countered by GK, they still brought it up to 24 minutes, which is very impressive in my opinion. The 1-1 against the Harith, the Phobius up against the CC as well. They had so many losing lanes, yet they were able to force it out. So if they got the early game, I think things would have been very different.
Yep, and this is the MVP of that game earlier. The man from I believe Mongolia, or one of the imports of Norway. I'm sorry. So
Norway.
This is the brother of Magnus Carlsen and playing chess in the Land of Dawn. Carvey with 327 KD, and also the Hosklos as well, to kind of respect the damage dealing output from the opposing side and to kind of heal up in the process, because they do not have a healer. So I like the itemization there coming in from Carvey import.
I feel like, there's so many factors going on right here. And on the point of the CC, I feel like they also it felt like they lacked the frontliner, right? Because you see Hoda again and again kind of try to frontline with the fighter mode of the Suyo. Ain't gonna happen, bro. Just not possible. But for now, we're gonna send you off to the host because there's something spicy happening in the MENA region.
أول راوند مباراة كانت ولا أجمل، ومباراة كانت طويلة جدا فيها فائز واحد فقط اللي هو فريق GK لكن جت الفقرة الأجمل والأفضل معنا في MPL MENA السيزون السادس اللي هي فقرة الهيرو. راح يطلع لكم هيرو الآن على الشاشات وراح تحصلون على جائزة 50,000 دايموند. ففكروا، نبغى الناس اللي تحب موبايل ليجند وتلعب موبايل ليجند كثير وتعطينا توقعها بعد قليل. لكن نتمنى انه الاجابه تكون سريعه جدا، ونتمنى انه الموضوع يكون في افضل ما يكون. خلونا ناخذ الاورنج. كم صفق يا جماعه الخير، صفق كم هاي هوز ذا هيرو؟
كفرة.
شور يس كفر 50,000 دايما. صفق يا جماعة الخير. لا يا جماعة اوكي، زي ما انتم شايفين اجابة ولا اجمل. زي ما واللي 50,000 دايموند راح تكون لصالح اللي الاجابة الصحيحة. وما ننسى انه لسه باقي معانا مباريات كثيرة وتحديات كثيرة. اللي هو مين هو بطل هالليلة؟ البطل اللي راح يمثل الريجن العربي افضل تمثيل في الM6. لكن خلونا نرجع للاستديو نتطرق لاجمل معلومات راح تكون معاهم.
That is it for Game 3. It looks like it's not going to be a sweep for Twisted Minds just yet. They gotta pump the brakes down and also play a bit more safely in the next game to secure the spot to M6. But Geekay Esports, though, they're not going to back down just yet. There's still a lot of games to uncover in this series. Best of 7. The adjustments is going to be the name of the game. This is kind of the difference, I guess, between regular season games and also playoff series, man. The adjustments mid-games or like in between games, Arashi. This is where the coaches are shining the most.
Most definitely. I mean, we saw that the draft was a big reason why Geekay Esports were able to actually turn the tides and be the aggressors. When you have 3 solid fighters, I mean, the Khalid in our own region is a contested pick. That, along with the Phobius, along with one of the picks that's escaping me right now, but 3 massive fighters can just walk forwards there. It's allowing them to just go aggressive. It's allowing them to go for those dives, where we saw earlier, some of those dives were looking kind of risky, you know, right? A bit forced. But with 3 fighters, man, you have more than enough HP bars to kind of tank the tower, to try and do some damage. And we talked about it, right? Even in the end, if they all just dive in and they lose one member, but they're able to take out the main damage dealer from the side of Twisted Minds, then they still come out on top. On top of that, the 1-1, relatively independent, not really relying a lot of attention from the rest of the team. So you saw Carby just kind of do his own thing, right? And doing his own thing, he was doing a lot better compared to the Harith, who has to play around the Zaman Force, who has to play around his team as well, and still have to keep in mind, you know, the guiding win, who's taking it and all that. So, like Shivin was mentioning in game number 2, it really feels like simplicity becomes the best idea, right? Occam's razor, the simple solution generally becomes the best.
I think if we take a look at it, the fact that the Harith it hasn't really been able to find success in a lot of the games, right? I mean, I don't know about the Harith anymore. It really feels kind of weird because Carvey was on it earlier, didn't get the job done in game number 2, and in game number 3, obviously there was a big swap. We do have a message, by the way, to Carvey from Mr. Super Marco. Unfortunate for Super Marco. Yeah, won't be able to qualify to M6, but he has a message here, Sheffin.
Yeah, keeping an eye on your performance, and I know you're one of the best in MENA right now, but when it comes to M6, it's already gone.
Oh.
But I believe it's some
That's where the real
very
challenge
warm message.
begins, he says.
Yeah, he said he's waiting on Malaysia, in Malaysia.
No, he did not say that, man. He did not say that. Unfortunately, he can't say that because things happened.
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, unfortunate for Falcon's AP brand, but we're just gonna move on to MPL MENA right now to see who's gonna represent MENA way to M6. And don't forget, the loser of this grand final still is gonna represent MENA in the wild card. So there's still a chance for them to actually both represent this region and kind of elevate the status of the region overall in the MLBB esports scene. Because right now, the power map, Arashi, the distribution of power, it's not just the Southeast Asians anymore. NA has been stepping up, you know, C9 with the American team with 5 Filipinos. But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting
One
even
Mexican,
in
one
Europe
Mexican.
region. Oh yeah, one Mexican best player. Shout out, Mr. Carlos. So yeah, it's
Well,
gonna be interesting to
technically-
see.
Oh yeah,
Mena.
technically, like if you want to talk about 5 Filipinos, technically people say that the Philippines is like the Mexico of Asia. So there's that.
True,
That's true.
very true. You know, sometimes you see a Filipino in Japan, you see Filipinos pretty much everywhere, man. But
That's
I
true.
don't really
actually.
meet. Yeah, I haven't met any Filipinos so far in Jakarta aside from the MLBB talents that we
What?
flew out here in Jakarta. Well, I live in Solo, that's why.
Wait.
But yeah, we're just gonna move on to the 4th game here. And right away, the Katot Kacha so far has not been banned by both of these teams, but still, the Hayabusa, the Phoenix, and the Chip, still the staple in the Grand Finals.
We have to see that
Ooh,
Twisted
if
Minds
you
actually
wanna-
went for first pick this time. So it's already going to be different, right? Blue side has had more of an advantage. So the fact that Twisted Minds actually already won game 2 on red side is a big advantage to them because now they're back on blue. They should be able to get the better draft now.
Well, should being the underlined word right there. But yeah, the Gatot Kacha, I think we from game number 1, we've seen that it has so much more potential. I feel like for GK Esports, it might be worth considering banning it away, dude. It just does too many things too well. And for Twisted Minds, it really suits their style of play as well, right? We just praised them for game number 2, I believe, where they were able to actually move forwards and backwards equally dangerous almost. And the Gatot Kacha can be a great addition if they want to go back to the same kind of approach. After banning with the solution, they're leaving the option to GK Esports.
The GK, they're still hovering towards some of the options that they have in this last ban. Suyo might be the option. Gatot Kacha, as you mentioned, I think it is gonna be the Gatot Kacha. But let's see though if they wanna let it go and fight through the Gatot, because Matilda is also a good solution towards the Gatot as well, because you can just back out and back in, and the amount of utility that you have in that hero is gonna be very important. But no, it's not gonna be both of them. It's still. No, it's gonna be the Aurora. And so far, as Mirko said earlier, has been one of the most sought commodity in the mid lane. Even, I think it's the most pick in the mid lane for MENA this season.
It certainly is, but unfortunately, I mean, Twisted Minds didn't really get the dub with the Aurora anyways previously, right? The Suyo ban, I think, would have been a bit better. Having the Suyo left open now, especially with the Gatot, with the Matilda, with so many different picks open, it'll leave GK in a tough spot. So I think for sure they take the Matilda, right? But my question is, do they go for Matilda? Do they want to go for the Matilda and the Gatot Kacha? That's the big question. Or do they go for the safer route, which is Matilda Edith, right? I think both can really work here. Either way, Twisted Minds will be able to get one of the big boys. And even then, even if it's Gatot Matilda, I think Twisted Minds could just go for Khalid and Edith and just flex that all the way to second phase.
Oh my god!
Wow. Wow. Okay. You talk about the 2 big boys. It's not the big boys we're thinking about. So the Matilda is open for Twisted Minds, but the Hylas and the Gatot, you know, looking at the stats, the Hylas was very popular. The Gatot, not as much, but of course it's a different situation now. JK, we just talked about how they were able to be dominant, to be aggressive. And now with both these very beefy picks, Twisted Minds, they gotta think about having someone equally beefy, but also enough damage and card control to stop them from just stampeding over the backline.
They picked up the CC against the Khalid just earlier. If they don't pick up the CC against the Gatot and Hylos, this is literally the most value out of the CC, right? If you want to pick it up, you got to pick it up now, the CC. Okay, or the X-Borg. At least we've got something there, right? At least we have the X-Borg to try to counter this crazy setup of the Gatot Hylos.
Yeah, a bit too much testosterone in the front line there for GK Esports. A bit too much muscle, man. But now what's gonna be the pairing for both of these guys, man? Because you need some kind of damage to pair it also, because so far it's only been set up and it looks gonna be the Nolan against the Suyo. Mirko and Wolf seemingly doesn't really like this, but so far in this series, it's not gonna be the case. Nolan has been winning out against Suyo in the jungling area, so we can't really rule out the possibility of this Nolan winning this game. Mirko.
Yeah, definitely not. You really can't take away the fact that Nolan can, in many ways, outmaneuver the Suyo, right? That's the advantage. It just comes down to the execution. Some teams have been able to make it work really well. Most haven't. But so far in the series, yeah, the Nolan actually does have a win over the Suyo. That was when Hoda was on the Nolan. Now he's on the Suyo, and it seems like, honestly, I personally like Hoda more on the Nolan than I do on the Suyo, based on the playstyle, right? He gets more value out of the maneuverability and the movement of the Nolan compared to the Suyo, which is a bit more all-in. So if Twisted Minds don't get, for a second time, a composition to enable the Suyo, I think Twisted Minds just stick to what they're comfortable playing, which is just the Assassins for Hoda instead of the Suyo. That is kind of a mix fighter / assassin.
Interesting, man. I mean, there's definitely potential. And again, the idea that both these frontliners, the Hylas and the Garatkacha, wants to kind of revitalize bait that can be punished by the Suyo, but you want to set him up, right? Give him ways to actually have more space to try and make this happen. Because we've seen Hoda when he has control, right? When Twisted Minds have control over the bush, over the jungle, and the river, when he was on that Nolan, he was just unseen. He always knows where to position himself. So if they can kind of get better frontliners, the Xborg is already a great addition to their composition, especially with the safety that he brings by being a strong frontliner. So if they can get some more of that, right, to really muscle against the Hylas and Garatkacha, I feel like that can be, there's great potential for Hoda here. Space, I think, is one of the main things that kind of dictates how the fights have gone for all 3 games here between Twisted Minds and GK Esports.
I think it's very weird so far that Mathilda has not seen any light of day so far in this draft pick that's been contested in both PH and ID. I don't know if it's still gonna be the option for Twisted Minds right here against this kind of beefy boys in the front line. I guess a counter for testosterone is some estrogen, and Mathilda definitely has some of them.
Okay.
Could be. Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it.
Definitely wasn't expecting
wrong?
all that. You're not wrong, by all means. But hey, the Vexana as well to counter all the masculinity coming in from the Gatot and the Hylas. So now, the 2 picks for Twisted Minds. I'm thinking that they need ways to shred for sure. The Moscow great start. You can hit whoever's behind the frontliners instead of just the frontliners. But I feel like they need crowd control at this point. Because the expert can do great as a frontline, but they can't just walk past them. Especially if they want to use the glorious pathway to try and be aggressors.
Oh.
But there you go. That's the Mathilda that we've been waiting on. And the Lo Yi. Mirko, you talked about this. It's a front to back. Technically for GK with the 2 frontliners. Now with the Lo Yi, with the rotation, with the dispersion. So many ways to be effective. But that's the 1-1 coming through as well.
Hey man, if I'm being honest with you, I know I said the Lo Yi is great, but together with the Mathilda, that's where I have to question it a bit, man. I think they might be a bit too overloaded. They have so much mobility. The Mathilda, the Moskov, the Lo Yi as well, man. I'm not too sure if they had in mind when I was talking about the Lo Yi, right? Because usually, especially with the Lo Yi, you want someone beefy too in the front line that can help you to help peel for the Lo Yi. So honestly, for the second time in a row, I'm gonna have to say GK have the better draft again. That Gatot Hylos, I don't see a way for Twisted Minds to really get over that. The fact that the expert can put some damage, sure, right? But then the Revitalize comes through, and then there's an Avatar. There's not a lot of more damage that can come through to really melt them down. But I guess we'll see. It comes down to the execution. Twisted Minds, they fought even in a losing situation up until 24 minutes in game number 3. I think based on the execution, they should be able to get it done too if they play it perfect.
This time they're on the blue side, the side that they are definitely wanting to be on. Let's see though if they can actually utilize it in this one. The series is so far 2-1 to the favor of Twisted Minds. Can they make it a 3-1 and take a step closer to Malaysia in M6? Here we go. Game number 4 of Twisted Minds versus GK Esports.
Game number 4, and already you're seeing the 2 revitalizes. So in the early game, I don't think there's any way for Twisted Minds to really win out in a skirmish. I expect a lot of trades to come through from them, and they have a lot of mobility. They have the Spear of Destruction, and they have the Lo Yi, but ooh, look at this. Ooh. Aggression coming in from GK in that mid lane as well. But yeah, as you said, Mirko, they have a lot of mobility, but when it comes down to the prowess in the lanes, when it comes down to the wave clear as well, they might be overloaded on mobility, which causes them to kind of lack on the other departments. GK Esports' composition definitely is a bit more balanced, but I guess the hopes and dreams of Twisted Minds lies with Sano on the Moskov, right? If you can kind of outplay the 1-1, kind of bring it to the late game. Ooh.
Crazy damage indeed here that they're gonna have to really hold on to. And this is a problem, right, with the Mathilda. Yes, you can get people around, but you're very squishy, especially considering the burst is definitely there for GK. And when it comes to lane prio, Vexana Gato does a better job right now, you know, clearing the wave. Sanji putting the stacks down, but they can obviously just run away. Hoda, should they go for the damage here, but we'll just be caught. What? Way too over-aggressive there from Hoda. And again, this is why we were talking about maybe the Nolan fits better in his hands compared to the Suyao.
Well, I think that's just an experienced Suyo player, man. He's just not used to playing it, because what was that coming in from Hoda? A player that's supposed to be mechanically sound doing that in the Grand Finals? What is happening, Rashi?
I mean, he had no ultimate. He used the Retribution to try and get a aggressive move on the Smile, potentially because there were some comms about the Flicker being down. But that's where Sino just capitalizes on that moment, going to the top side, but Faraga Armor allows Sanji to take that momentum, to try and take, still be around, but he won't be able to actually contest for the turtle. So as you can see, the team, as predicted, is forced to trade out to try and find something on the other side of the map. It's almost like Twisted Minds are playing with multiple losing lanes here, multiple weak sides, and that's just not in line with what we're talking about, setting up the Suyo for victory.
I think it's still gonna be the case for second neutral objective, even third turtle of the game. Twisted Minds has to find something on the other side, because when you look at the setup that they got, they barely have any setup. The only thing that they have got going is that diversion play from Coffin. Even then, you have to have the perfect angle if you make a surprising play towards GK Esports. So it's going to be tough, Rashi, very tough in the early game to mid game. They have to bang on the potential of Sano in the late game, I think.
I think they can bank on Sano in the late game, but again, would that even be enough? A single lone Moskov against two beefy frontliners? Not to mention, if Shen can get his hands onto Sano, then we've seen it before, right? The marksman getting 1v1 by a full tank out of Kacha. The passive is just that deadly, that lethal. So for Twisted Minds, it has to be a concentrated effort. The Mathilda and the X-Work has to go in together as well. And man, despite having a strong laner, Sanji definitely is feeling the pressure here. But look at this diversion.
Hoda not finding the stun. Zeno should be able to escape here. Doesn't have the fracture though. Now the Suyo coming down. The Yin Yang reaction catches him, and Zeno gets caught. Good usage of the diversion to finally get a pick on the map. But GK Esports, look at that, punishing the mid lane instantly.
Hey man, they might not have the setup, but the chase potential of this composition is absolutely insane. Hoda, even Troll and also Coffin can stun up some of the members in the front line for GK Esports, and they very well make sure to use that in that instance.
Okay. I mean, yeah, they can chase, but with the Glorious Pathway later on, you know, mobility is going to be augmented for GK and going to be slowed down for Twisted Minds. Coffin now picks up the Glowing Wand, so a lot of that regeneration is going to be finally curbed down just a little bit. Now, when it comes down to this move back and forth, neutral objective dance, Sanji can do so much more compared to Samo and Shen.
Well, Glorious Pathway gets placed down. Zeno walks up, but Hoda is able to secure a Circle Eagle onto 2 Smile. In quite a vulnerable spot, but still they're able to actually maneuver away from it. Hoda getting the stun down, not the execute though. And now gets caught in the tough spot. Now with the Circling Eagle not being there The guiding wind can't even get him out. The spike troll using the flicker. Up top, the Sod able to connect onto Carvey. Spear of Misery down as well. The diversion into the bush. Carvey, can you escape? Finds another, but you know, Sanity as well. The lethal ignition. No, it wasn't even lethal ignition. It's a war cry. How did Cuffin get that kill? It was just the ticking damage that got him.
The ticking damage from the AoE skill from Cuffin. That sliver bit of damage secure a very important kill on the other side for GK Esports. They might want to defend this one, but they can they do it? They can.
No
Oh, they
chance,
cannot.
man. Tower does fall to GK Esports. And you're saying Twisted Minds have the chance to make mobility happen, but look at that. Troll deleted immediately, and the purple buff is immediately targeted by GK. They're just pushing the pace right here, and with the diversion still, Twisted Minds can't really match up to the movements.
Uh-oh, Shen stunned down under the turret, but even then, this is a Gato Kachazino coming down with the assassination again, finding the pick. Hoda is 0-3-1 on the Suyo.
I just don't know, man. Hoda looks lost, like an Indonesian looking for a bidet in Singaporean toilets. They really look lost, man. Like they don't know what he doesn't know what he's doing.
It seems like he has a vague
That's actually
idea
quite relatable,
of the potential. Yeah, good call, Shevin. But yeah, he really seems to have a general idea on how he can move around, what he can do, the damage numbers. But when it comes to making a split-second judgment on whether or not this play is possible, whether or not the play is even feasible or advantageous to his team, it really seems like they're at a disadvantage. Now again, with the neutral objective and play, Troll can kind of zone out Xeno. The Fracture is already used though, and that's an immediate, easy secure for GK. Twisted Minds, dude, they gotta find something. They gotta find more diversion plays.
Find the diversion, the Spear of Destructions, and I think when you're trying to use that to the utmost potential that that skill has, you have to wait until the late game, right, Arashi? Because when the waves are not crashing, oh, Coffin! Oof, my goodness. Thankfully, the Flask of the Oasis is there.
But once again, seeing this position from being pressured, the gold being pressured as well. Diversion though, will this pay off?
Oh, into the bottom lane, circling Eagle as well with the Sod, but this is the thing, right? When you have a diversion, you need someone to catch. The circling Eagle isn't really something that you can use to catch Xeno though. Going in, getting rid of the Frigid Glacier. Basically, Glorious Pathway. No minions, no problem. They get rid of the Glorious Pathway. And no one is able to threaten Samo. Meanwhile, Xeno on the other side just clearing it out. Shoving the wave in. And again, it's going to have to be Troll to soak in the wave. Man, GK are just having fun at this in this game with the draft.
So far, the Guiding has been used to be a passive tool, not an aggressive tool at all, because when you try to chase down or maybe get away from the horse, you can't really do it on this kind of bird. It looks like they're just riding on a kiwi instead of a falcon or something.
Definitely not enough mobility. And looking at the items, the Thunderbolt completed for Shen. It's only going to get more difficult as time goes on. But you can see that Sano already on the golden staff. A bit more items. He's going to need a lot more though, but look at that.
Ooh. Almost taking him down. The Avatar of the Guardian used up already. Smile with the flicker out. Hoda unable to get the assassination down. Troll with the guiding wind, just trying to bring Hoda over to the Lord. But remember, for GK, this is still a 4,000 gold lead.
Still very much solidly to build on, especially once the Lord comes up. The first Lord, now there's no setup whatsoever from Twisted Minds. How the hell does Hoda get into the vicinity?
Well, they can try to go for Samo first, that front to back, but even then, Shen walking up alone has the Avatar of the Guardian. No, actually he doesn't, so he's just gonna fall. Xeno tries to go for the pick. Troll is the one that takes the damage. Uh-oh, big blunder, GK. Xeno taking very low, Cuffin looking for the damage, able to find a little bit more to take him down. GK, go for the fight. Whoa, Sod into the back. Harvey falling as well. GK just blundered big time, and Sano's here to pick up the scraps. One more dash forward, and the spear down the heart of Smile.
They're just greedy, man. They already have a lot of gold in their hand, a lot of pressure in their hand, but they just decided to gamble for more. Remember, kids, gambling is bad for you.
Ooh, certainly did not pay off. Looking at the replay there, Samo definitely taking too much damage. And the low Yi strength we were talking about earlier, Mirko, it wasn't in the big diversion moments, but in these big team fights where everyone's clumped up, the same way we've seen from game number 1, both teams clumping up together. And that's where Twisted Minds find the big moment. And of course, Sano landing the Spear of Destruction after getting 2 turrets definitely was a value moment. Just like that, the gold disparity almost equalized. And Twisted Minds don't have to do anything too different. They can just go back to the same default, zone using Sanji, threaten the big team fights using Coffin, peel for their backline members with Troll, and play that split push game. It was something they were struggling with in game number 3 earlier. Now they can use it against GK. And instead, GK Esports, despite having the avatar of the Guardian, we haven't really seen those massive macro plays happen from them just yet.
Really comes down to the execution of this long lane plays coming in from Twisted Minds, man, because even in the 3rd game, they know like what to do. They know what the winning condition is, but they weren't able to execute it properly. And this time around, the composition is almost exactly the same, with the difference on these diversion plays that they can execute. So now it's a test. Has anything changed for these guys in game number 4?
I think you have to wait and see for sure. Look at the real-time victory here. GK definitely having more of a vote. But this is where it gets tricky for GK Esports here. Against a Mathilda and an X-Borg. Oh, hang on a minute.
Oh, crossbow tang already used up. Sanji walking up. Good stun over Carvey. Caught in the last insanity. Still a kill over, but that's going to be the sod into the back. Smile. Compromising the position. Finally, Sano decides to go for it. Piercing damage over. Shen with a taunt as well. Unable to find it. Yin Yang reaction and the damage from Hoda to finally get the execute. And again, man, GK Esports way too overextended and traded off 2 for 1.
Ooh, they one more though. Getting the purple buff from themselves. It might be, oh, they're not pushing for the mid turret, but they're just gonna try to zone out all the members of GK Esports from the Lord, from the vicinity. Now, Hoda, this is your time to shine. The red trees is gonna come through.
All right, Samo's stunned up already. Hoda needs to go for the retreat. Zeno fracture finding Hoda. That's the best possible target. Sanji unable to get Samo as well. So at the end of the day, it's actually GK who walk away with a man advantage.
They didn't do the housekeeping, man. They gotta zone out, get the bushes, but they didn't do anything of that sort. And now GK Esports has all the time in the world, all the pressure in the world towards Twisted Minds on this neutral objective, Rashi.
Oh, diversion. That gets caught. It's not in the bush. Oh no, man, that was really bad. A crossbow tag ready, pops it in early. Avatar the Guardian flickered out of from Coffin. Twisted Minds bought some time. Hoda is back up against Sanji. Gonna go try to go for the steal. The retribution is gonna be ready there as well, but Zeno still will be able to pick it up despite the Spear of Misery from Sano. Good Terrify over. Sanji looking for the kill. Hoda flicker outside of the Eternal Guard. Zeno walks up, tries to go for damage, tries to go for the assassination troll. Just needs a few more hits, walks forward. Guiding Wind, one more hit. No, he doesn't get him. But Coffin finds the last shot to take him down. Another 3 for 1 for the Lord.
They lost the battle but won the war. Twisted Minds getting the upper advantage in this team fight. And now they can clear this one very easily because they have Sano.
Oh man. Are you seeing a pattern here, guys? The Lord keeps falling into the hands of GK Esports. And yet, every single time Twisted Minds are able to find a punish, they were committing so hard right here, allowing the X-Borg, Sanji, to just do so much damage. And afterwards, we talked about the chase potential, having a diversion available, having the guiding wind available. I mean, to begin with, if only Smile landed that Terrify onto the diversion initially, that could have been a whole different team fight. That's how close the margins are that we're playing with right now. Just like that, despite things looking kind of bleak for Twisted Minds, they have once again recovered. And, you know, we talked about this a lot, Mirko. The 1-1 kind of needs to kind of snowball. And you're seeing Carvey desperately go for some of these solo crossbow of Tang outplays. Now, the longer the game goes, Asano has completed the 3-item power spike with the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, and the Corrosion Scythe, as well as the Wind of Nature. Twisted Minds have so many more tools to try and play around with. All this mobility that we said was useless in the early game now becomes a massive source of pressure for Twisted Minds to use against GK Esports.
Oh man, I want to ask you a question, Mirko, because you are much more, you know this much more than me. Because 1-1 at this point, 1-3-2 for Carvey, and like, what do they have to do to make this guy a bit more of a factor in these team fights?
Oh man, it's tough. This is the reason I was talking about it for. I think it was game 3, right? It was game 3 where he picked up the 1-1, and for Twisted Minds, we were talking about the Xborg pick possibly, but they went for the CC. Now you get to see why the Xborg is actually quite a bit of value up against the 1-1. You can take a lot of damage to the Faraga armor. Once the Faraga armor gets popped, the crossbow tank falls over, and even then they have a Mathilda. This is a pretty good composition to actually deny the 1-1. So for the 1-1, it's all about just finding the right time. He needs to be very, very clinical with that ultimate. He needs to be very calculative as well. He needs to come in last second in the team fight to get a crossbow attack, or at least in the team fight, he can't pop it randomly, you know? He needs to use it in a way where it can actually translate to a few other members. So it's just going to be very tough for Carvey. Also, the itemization for him, I'm not a big fan of the Golden Staff, if I'm going to be honest with you, you know? Especially now that we've seen a lot of different other players around the world go for other picks over the Golden Staff. I think the Windtalker is a great option. I think the Melphic gun actually. Whoa! I thought that hit. That actually went through Carvey. It seemed from our screen at least. I don't know what happened there, but again, yeah, for Carvey, Golden Staff a bit too greedy in my opinion. If he wanted to go for something else, maybe even. Yeah, again, Melphic Gun or Windtalker could have done him a bit more justice with a bit more mobility over the Golden Staff. But for the Golden Staff, it's more attack speed at least when Twisted Minds are there to take the damage.
What? I'm still baffled by that interaction. If I were be Sano, I would be complaining to Munton. What was that? But now Rashi,
it looked like it hit. It really did.
Already has the advantage on towards the Lord, and Sano is on the other side. SOD is already up.
Oh, Glorious Pathway coming down. Sanji able to escape with the guiding wind. Zeno walks up, forcing the Circling Eagle. Troll with the Circling Eagle forward. That's a good Eternal Guard over. Hoda gonna be stun-locked over there with the crossbow attack ready as well. But Hoda is in the midst of it all. Can he go for the retreat? It's Cuffin who steals it away. Sano so able to cut away. Carvey, no crossbow attack. Twisted Minds desperately running away. Zeno barely getting out with a dash. But Twisted Minds can play with the Lord. Diversion with the flex over Zeno. He did not expect it. Sano gets the pick over. Walks over. Smile now trying on the flicker as well, but gets caught by the Circling Eagle. Twisted Minds, the losing draft doesn't matter. The diversion is a big distraction over to GK. Carvey walking over again. A minute away in the mid lane. Can they go for the clear? Samo, a chunk of HP taken. Sanji putting on a bit of those sacks over. And luckily for GK, they'll be able to defend, but there's another big wave up top.
Oh man, they fell asleep at the worst moment, and now they're trying to close out the game. Still one wave though. Can they actually do it?
Winter Crown of the Avatar of the Guardian connecting onto the back. Smile gonna be not up just yet. That's a Circling Eagle to bring them out again. Another last insanity over the Carvey. Wind of Nature won't save you from that true damage. Twisted Minds against all odds. They pull off a comeback. It's match point for Twisted Minds.
Their minds are twisted, and they're twisting everyone's minds with their execution. Oh my goodness, man. Coffin. The 2 kills from the AoE skills. And also, the Stolen Lord. That should not have happened. Hoda was not in the vicinity. They have the retreat. They have all the tools. They have all the CCs. They have all the control. And somehow Coffin got it in the end, Rashi.
Man.
Wow.
I mean, that was a close fight, dude. If you look at it, right, the setup in the first place was already so razor thin margin-wise, because you can see that if you look at the highlights here, again and again, that burst damage is available for the side of GK Esports. But afterwards, right, especially the longer the game goes, Sanji is able to catch up, get a few more kills. They're able to get more pressure using Sano here with their split push play. It's just so good. They're just kiting backwards again and again, and the combination of the Moskov and the Lo Yi both independently having ways to kind of stop a diver, to try and land some crowd control and maintain distance. They just work so well together, either individually and even together. And because of that, that chase and mobility we talked about, the fact that the glorious pathway is so one-dimensional and the guiding wind can be used in a variety of different ways, it just allows Twisted Minds to kind of play the back and forth game on so many more levels there. The guiding wind and even the diversion there to really seal the deal after that fight at the Lord Pit, dude. That was a great usage of the composition that we were doubting, right? Everything we questioned initially, all the way till the mid-game, happened in that final engagement, in that final sequence. What the heck is going on, dude?
That's not gonna lie, man, that is a hard loss to recover from, man. The locker room is gonna be, oh man, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you blah blah blah? I hope to God they're not doing that and instead focus on the mission to reset and try to take this one home from themselves. But right now, 3-1 lead, it takes a miracle, man. Whether it's esports, sports, in any kind of best of 7 series, once it's 3-1, it is super tough to come back.
Okay, some of the stats just for now, before we continue on that point, Shevin. Coffin on the low Yi. I mean, this is why Mirko was hyping it up. It's what we were talking about earlier. It's just so strong. I personally was thinking that maybe it's gonna do well against the backline members, but against Samo and Shin, you know, the two beefy boys, surely the low Yi won't be able to kind of, you know, be a real threat. But in the end, it's a combination of the yin-yang effect, as also of Sano, able to just scale up to the late game, even with the Malefic Roar, just for good measure. You're seeing the amount of damage coming through for that Moskov, and this is the difference between a normal tanky frontline like the Godtot, like the Hylas, and the X-Borg. The fact that you have a second chance at life with the Firaga armor really lends itself to great moments in the late game, right? Because for the Godtot and the Hylas, once you're taken out, you're done. But for the X-Borg, Sanji, he can kind of walk up even more impudently, take some damage, and worst case scenario, Firaga armor gets popped, and he can get out. And look at this valley, dude. Literally.
The valley, dude.
The valley.
Valley, dude.
Man.
A lot of value.
Yeah, it's God, man, like, they have all the tools in the world, man. At that, I believe it was like very early in the late game. They kind of threw it all away once they got the Lord. They forced out a fight, and then where it all went wrong in that 10th minute mark, man. And this is the MVP of that game number 4, Coffin. And I believe so far in game number 3 and game number 4, Coffin hasn't died a single time despite losing in game 3. So shout out for this guy, man. One of the best, probably the best mid laner so far in MENA.
Wow. I mean, that's a very impressive stat. We've seen this match just have all-out aggression, and yet 0 deaths still. That is definitely impressive. But again, it's also a whole team effort. The fact that Coffin was able to kind of position well, stay safe, it also kind of is due to the fact that GK, they're really forced to kind of use all of their efforts and early game aggression, the duo Hylas and Gatot, to shut down the X-Borg, you know, to shut down the Moskov, because they were concerned about that mid game, right? The playmaking, the frontline advantage, the split push advantage. But in the end, they forgot about the Loyi as well. If you're gonna shut down Twisted Minds, you gotta do it all the way, dude. You leave one running around, you know, sometimes they can come to bite you in the back, and that's exactly what happened there. That Loyi, out of nowhere, was so quiet, so, you know, passive until it's time to go hard, and he absolutely did.
Okay, Mirko. So we've talked about the bad, Mirko. Now, we talk about the good from Twisted Minds earlier, which is Coffin. Now, let's address the bad, because you've been the one who's pointing this out the most. The Suyo on Hoda. Should it not go away in game number 5, or do they still want to actually use it to gain W's?
I would personally say, right, despite the fact that he has been underperforming on the Suyo, he hasn't really been living to the expectations that we set for the Suyo. I think because of that, he needs to change, right? I mean, despite getting the win, I think it's about time to change it up. Maybe ban the Suyo, no problem. Get it away from the opponents, no problem. But it's very clear to see, at least for Hoda, he's a very assassin-centric player. He does well on the Fanny, amazing on the Nolan, amazing on assassins. But when you force him to play a fighter in the jungle, it's kind of like last season, Arashi, if you remember, right? In the Grand Finals against Falcons, where he was forced to play utility because it was the utility meta back in the day. It doesn't feel like it's the right Hoda. It doesn't feel like it's him, you know? It feels like it's a completely different player, and we saw that from Hoda here with the Suyo. So my answer, get off the Suyo. Try to go for something else.
That's the answer from Mirko. But yeah, we're gonna take a break first to charge us up for game number 5, which is potentially... Wait, is it game number... Yes, game number 5, which is potentially the last game of the series that decides who's gonna go to Malaysia. So stay tuned, do not go anywhere for the next game. Welcome back to MPL MENA Season 6 Grand Finals. Back again with Sheffin, Mirko, and Arashi. And we're about to witness game number 5, which could be the last game of the series of this season overall for MENA and Twisted Minds, man. We've talked about it earlier in game number 4. It was a losing draft, as our analysts would say, but somehow they did it. Now, what makes it possible for them, Arashi?
Oh man, where do you even begin? I feel like really, right? If you want to really look at it, I think it's not an overstatement to say that there were mistakes on both sides. But I think that in a game with mistakes on both sides, then the late game composition just gets so much more value, right? That's how it goes. There's a bounty system for a reason. And in that game, the fact that in the late game, you got the diversion, you got the Spear of Destruction, you have all these tools that we said, like I said, right at the end of the game as well, all these tools that weren't really useful in the early to mid game, they were unable to use. Everything just came together in that late game because Geekay just weren't able to actually end out the game earlier, and then it allowed all these quote-unquote scaling heroes from the side of Twisted Minds to just rise to power and, you know, shine in that late game that we're talking about. So is that the solution here? Is that the idea? Go for that late game pick and then get immediate value? That because like that's how it's looking, at least so far.
They've been super dominant so far, man. Like Twisted Minds, even game number 3, which they kind of lost, you know, it's winnable for them. And this game probably shouldn't have happened if they were able to execute it a bit better. And now they're looking to close it out and in once again 5 games in this Grand Finals, because last season it was 4-1 against Twisted Minds, and now they're en route to win in 4-1. How poetic is that? Wow. Pottery.
It's very, very poetic. Yeah, definitely poetic here. The performance of Twisted Minds, just their route to get here too, right? They were top 2 in the regular season, but coming into the playoffs, especially after losing the first round there against Falcons, the very team that actually knocked them out, that forced them to not make it to MSC, they did it. I mean, they showed the world that right now they're at their peak, man. Up against such crazy favorites, Geekay not dropping a single series so far, going to the Grand Finals with a pretty spotless record, I would say. I don't know how they did it. It really is poetic because Falcons had the exact same route just last season. They had to battle it out in the lower brackets to make it all the way to the Grand Finals. And even then, a lot of people were writing them off already up against Twisted Minds last season. It's really, really cool to see that Twisted Minds are going through the same exact arc. And it's always these kind of superstars, man. These guys have been in the game for so long. These guys have been favorites for so long that I would say last season they were a bit too overconfident. They got humbled, and now they're coming into the Grand Finals as a humbled version of their former selves, the better version of their former selves, no longer underestimating their opponents. And the fact that Geekay, this is their first time ever making it to the Grand Finals, Twisted Minds do not see that as a weakness. They see that, they respect that, and that's why we've seen the plays happen here. They've just been disciplined. Even after making so many mistakes, the old Twisted Minds, after making these many mistakes, they would tilt. But the new Twisted Minds, I think it's safe to say they've twisted our minds, our expectations on what they like to do.
Ooh, maybe they twisted their minds for the better is also the right thing to say for them. A bit more mature, a bit more experience at this time of the game, and they're looking to close this one out in 5 games. Man, Arashi, now we're gonna look at the other side from Geekay, because they have to pull out all the stops. They have to, you know, show all the cards that they have at this point, because this is their very last lifeline. Like, what's gonna be the main solution here? Is this just purely better execution? Because, like, what's gonna happen?
Oh man, in the grand scheme of things, the fact that Twisted Minds were able to get to match point in a comeback fashion, you can almost say that's like one of the worst case scenarios for Geekay here, right? They're trying to make sure that they can turn this around, they can kind of win it out. But then they were so close, and now they're further than ever, it really seems. With Twisted Minds being at match point, let's see, man. The final effort for Geekay. They've shown that they can adapt before, they have to do it one more time, and even more times after that, if they want to take out Twisted Minds and prove themselves the victor here in the Grand Finals.
Well, the good thing is they're now on the blue side, so they have a say to where the draft is gonna go. But Twisted Minds, obviously, in the red side, they're not a pushover either. They can actually hold their ground and win it out against GK in a few games so far in the series. And now it's still the Fanny for Hoda, being banned, being harammed in this match.
Definitely a bit too dangerous to let open, but for Geekay, they're banning with the Gatot as well, recognizing its potential, its power. You have to wonder, being first pick here, the question always is, what exactly are they looking for, right? What's that main pick? And in a sense, whatever they're banning here is the potential tools that can be taken by Twisted Minds themselves. So if it is the Suyo, we've seen that it has potential, but it requires a lot more coordination. If it's going to be something like a Mathilda, something like a Phoveus, it's a lot more straightforward, man. And we've seen it proven that the simpler the solution is, the easier it is to implement, especially in a game with so many things kind of swirling around together, right? The pressure, the adaptation, the predictions, right? All of these things. The simpler your game plan is, the neater your execution can be in the Land of Dawn. And that could be the approach that GK can take right here, being first pick.
Ooh. Man, a few of these bans coming through as well here. Let's see what GK are actually going for. The fact that they actually banned out the Mathilda means that they want to go for the Suyo. They don't want Twisted Minds to pick up the Mathilda there to try to counter it or try to outmaneuver it like we've seen before. But again, for Twisted Minds, I feel like this conversation that we had right after game number 4, we can bring it up again. Will Twisted Minds get the Suyo? I think for GK, if they pick up the Suyo, Twisted Minds will be happy. They'll be happy to go for the Nolan. They'll be happy to go for the counter instead. Not even really a counter, but in a way it is. If Hoda is playing it, they somehow are able to execute it. GK actually don't go for the Suyo. Maybe they've caught on as well. Maybe they're like, no, we want you to go for the Suyo. We don't want you to go for these assassins. So either you pick it up or we get that combo, Suyo plus Phoveus.
You have to keep in mind, though, this is also a Phoveus without the Mathilda. It's not nearly as threatening, as strong as it was, like we saw in game number 2, I believe. So now, I have to see for Twisted Minds here, what's the idea? Do they really want to go for that Suyo yet again? I think we've been unanimous in our vote here that Hoda hasn't really shown that brilliance, that power of that hero. But the Edith, a very popular pick in the region, and the Moskov that has been so critical, so crucial in playing that late game macro, has fallen into the hands of Twisted Minds.
I love this, man. A late game insurance and also a very versatile pick here in the first pick for both Sanji and also Troll potentially. And right away, GK, in the previous game, they actually banned the Aurora, but instead goes for Aurora and also CC. Now, is this a CC gold lane? Is this a Phoveus?
Yes.
I don't know, bro. Maybe it's a CC jungle or something.
It's a CC gold. Well, actually, you're right. That's a good question because at first thought, it's definitely going to be a CC gold, right? But last time I saw this was SRG, Cram, and Innocent. It was Cram on the CC, Innocent on the Phoveus gold lane. So there's a possibility for that to happen. They're still going to go for the Suyo pick here, Twisted Minds, despite the fact that they've actually thrown the Suyo as last pick in the first phase. Aurora, though. Despite the fact that, we've been talking about how Aurora has been winning games, here it actually hasn't. The 2 times it's been picked up, it's lost.
Oof. Kind of poetic how that's playing out, honestly. For GK, though, 2 fighters, so they still have the same kind of aggression they want. And it's going to be a tough order for Hoda once more to be an assassin against 2 very mobile, very chase-heavy fighters here that can punish his aggression and his flanks to the backline. But with the Aurora available earlier, we saw that the Valentina becomes a great option. If you can get the Frigid Glacier as well. Will they be banned away, though? Or will there be other picks that can be prioritized over that Valentina? Because we've seen that the Valentina's win rate in the region is actually not so impressive.
Also, the bans coming through to the mid lane from GK Esports. They saw the Luoyi, they saw the diversion coming in from Coffin, and they don't want to get cuffed by this guy. And now is it going to be the same bans here from Twisted Minds? They've already banned the Ling. Might be going for a second jungler ban. What other assassins are still available? The Julian's still there, the Nolan is still there, but are they gonna actually put some emphasis towards those junglers again, or is it just Ling is that OP? Let me get this off the board, kind of thing. So it's gotta be the Nolan.
Oh,
The trend still continues.
I think it's the idea is to just ban away all these mobility tools, right? Because we talked about how the Moskov was just so important, and now even if he's up against a fighter gold laner, well, potentially here from GK, I think he can still have a lot of impact. But with a Ling or a Nolan in the picture, it's a bit more difficult, right? So with the Yve ban from the side of GK, though, Twisted Minds, they go for a Minotaur. Oof! Wow.
wow. Man,
Interesting.
It makes sense up against the Jawhead. It makes sense against this dive, especially up against these melee heroes, and they go for the Faramis. Oh man, they're really playing for sustain and a long team fight here, which makes sense up against GK Esports. But remember, it's all about setup for the Suyo in the early game. If we're talking about late game here, I have no doubts that Sano will do well. But in this game, I believe this is going to be two Vengeances. Samo and Carvey will be going Vengeance. So even then, he's going to have to be very selective.
Super selective and a bit more safe on his approach in the early to mid game. Because the setup is really just, I don't know, man. I feel like at this point, at this patch, a Tigreal is just a better pick, a better setter than a Minotaur, because Minotaur is just way too telegraphed. But the good thing is the fighters that they're gonna face off against, they don't have any kind of flickers, they don't have any kind of purifies. They have to go for these vengeances. Can they actually use that to punish? Is the question in this game.
Well, the Mina also brings a lot of survivability to the backline, technically. So that's the additional benefit, right? The reduction and the healing, especially if you add the Flask of the Oasis on top of that. And you have to remember, now the Moskov has a partner in crime. In the late game, if you forget about that Edith, she's gonna zap you down.
Let's see though, is it gonna be the last game of this season, number 6 for MENA region? Or GK, will they prolong their fight in this Grand Final series? Let's see what's gonna happen in the Land of Dawn.
I guess we'll just have to see for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see, potentially the final game right here. And off the bat, you can see the Purifies and the Vengeances, right? Two very opposite mindsets coming through for both these teams. This is game number 5.
Game that is the most important for both of these teams. Can they actually make it to M6 and also GK, their last lifeline? But so far, Zeno has been jungling quite well with the pathing as well. Did it actually take the... Oh, he actually takes it. Now, in the first neutral objective game, I don't know what's going to happen, Arashi, because they have the Phoveus, they have all these fighters that can actually, you know, help them get the neutral objectives. But on the other side, they have a Minotaur, they have a Netherrealm, so I think it's a bit equal, if I think about it.
I feel like what to look at is the Edith against the Phoveus and potentially the CC as well. We saw earlier that the Phoveus just has so much more prio, especially level 4. Once he just reaches it, he's just one of the strongest heroes at a level 4, I would say. And even with a Faramis, he can kind of survive longer, but at the end of the day, can you out damage the Phoveus or out sustain him afterwards? And usually the answer is no. So I really feel like Twisted Minds might kind of step back here, unless they're the ones who can find a big moment here, like a big chunk of damage onto one of the members to try and use that as leverage.
Almost picked off Coffin, walking up a bit too aggressive, but that's the kill pressure that you have when you have the Phoveus plus the Julian. Early game control for GK. Here is Hoda. This goes on to the purple buff. Does seem like GK will be able to just burst down this turtle. Should be, and Twisted Minds, they don't care. They're actually just going to go back to the normal path here. Won't even try to open up the map for the turtle.
The little things, man. You know the rules. When the first objective comes up on the map, you have to be as safe as possible. Either you clear the lane right away to get the XP, or just wait at the bushes because you don't know where your opponent is. But unfortunately, Coffin didn't do just that.
Yeah, he's a bit too aggressive. knowing that the Faramis is always has a target painted on his back, I think he's gonna be a bit more aware of that. But looking at the EXP difference, even though Cena was able to get the neutral objective, Hoda is still keeping up in farm, using the time efficiently. I think there's something you can praise from both teams. It's the decisiveness. All this time, we haven't seen them have a moment of hesitation that kind of lasts for a bit too long. Even when the calls maybe doesn't go as ideally as they would think of, it's still good. But oh, look at this.
Unstoppable force. Good Minas Fury able to knock him down right here. Go for the knock-up as well. SOD into the back. Smile trying to go for the damage. Purify out as well. Good Netherrealm away. Freeze with the Frigid Glacier. Stops Twisted Minds in their tracks of that chase. So both teams disengage, but Carvey definitely will get the advantage off of that gank.
Yeah, no blood has been drawn so far in the first 4 minutes of the game. Once again, this Filipino-style gameplay, even though there were some attempts earlier, but both teams disengage quite well, especially at Frigid Glacier, man, coming in clutch for GK Esports.
Well, both of them technically have great disengage tools, the Minion Fury and the Frigid Glacier. But I think GK definitely have a bit more dynamic options in their side. Later on, though, again, we're waiting for that mid-game moment where Sano can once again be an absolute nuisance later on. So GK are trying to force the issue and find ways. And one of the best ways of doing so is going into the jungle. And you're seeing them do so right here. And Troll being the Minotaur can't really do much to try and stop that.
Okay. So it seems like Xeno was actually a level down despite the fact that he got the turtle. Not too sure about this engage, man. Oh, good damage over to Shen. Again, for both teams, no engagement. His Fury coming down as well. Troll able to knock them up. Hoda coming down. Sanji with the flicker. Earth Shatter. Cuffin rotating. Netherrealm coming down as well. Hoda will try to go for the execute. Will be able to fight him. But gets caught by the Frigid Glacier and will be taken down as well. Now, Infernal Pursuit to the back. It's a win for GK Esports.
Oh man, as you said, Arashi, Phobia's early game, he starts doing jumping jacks in the 5th minute, and now another kill secured by Xeno in the mid lane, plus the turret, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Bottom lane might be a solo. Spear of Misery from Sano saves him from getting solo killed, but you can definitely see that kill pressure from the side of GK Esports. Xeno rotating down, and man, Twisted Minds again, we're just gonna have to give up all of the lane prio, bot, mid, and top.
That's what we're expecting, man. 3 fighters, so much prio here. All the pressure coming in from the jungle and the 2 side lanes, and technically even the mid lane as well. How are you supposed to actually out-clear a Jawhead Aurora, especially if you're on a Faramis, right? So Twisted Minds are definitely on the back foot, but we've seen them play this style before. Wait for that late game where they can actually take advantage of this macro emphasis. But looking at GK, they are a lot less willing to let that happen. Already making invades, setting up traps in the brushes as well. This is what they need to do if they have the early game advantage. And ideally, they want to end this before it gets to that 13, 14 minute mark, man. Hoda is still keeping up when it comes to the EXP, but slowly but surely, with the map opening up for GK Esports, Twisted Minds, they're going to be starting to fall behind here in the resources.
A gank down below. Carvey does have the Vengeance here, so he'll still be able to buy a little bit more time, but when it comes to escaping, not too sure about that. Carvey should be taken down. That's a kill over to Sanji.
Re-engage?
There's actually no trades happening. GK are actually rotating down below, so yo, a wasted move here by GK Esports. I think they were trying to really just play around it, but now they're going to be late to take the turtle even. Luckily, they'll still be able to get it. Hoda didn't have control over it, but yeah, definitely delayed there, and it actually does give Twisted Minds a chance to move back into the mid lane and try to get some more pressure on the map.
That is an interesting decision coming in from GK Esports. Oh my goodness!
Minos Fury and the Flicker combo, holding it in the stun as well. Shen getting caught, and now that's the pressure that we were talking about. Netherrealm able to save Sano. And man, just with the little opening, that's why, man, you gotta be decisive. One mistake, and Twisted Minds can take over the game.
It is just weird, man. They have a sandwich in front of them. They just opted to go for a stale bread instead on the total, and they got punished for it, man. What was that?
Definitely wasn't ideal for them. Twisted Minds with a small victory, but still definitely on the back foot. The fact that they were able to get that moment there, that pickoff, kind of allows them to kind of explore the map a bit more, get out of the base, get some resources. Again, there's still no answer for the double vengeance combo. So much tankiness in the front line. Now for Twisted Minds, they're just trying to avoid all the big plays. And Sano moving kind of aggressive here without escort.
Alright, a siege attempt up top here. Sano should still be... Oh, it has sight! Sano's just sitting on it too! Oh man! The damage is ridiculous. Hoda getting the stun down on the Shen. Gee, that was just one in-hand sight. You sit on it for long enough, you're dead, Sano. He's got to be careful about that.
Well, at least Zeno is already earning Sano's respect by now. Sano will not be able to do that again, knowing that a single sight.
Sanji.
Oh my goodness!
Tries to open up the map, gets obliterated. Doesn't even pop into Primal Wrath there. And yeah, we'll just be picked off.
Not a chance. GK, they know that the Lord is coming up. Twisted Minds are trying to set up for something. But man, Sanji, definitely a bit too far from safety. Twisted Minds are setting up for that split push again, but GK now have a lot more prio, a lot more ways to kind of nuke down this Lord, with Sino being so ahead in the jungle.
That is the first Lord of the game secured by GK Esports. Oh, so far, 4.5k gold lead. That is a lot in the 9th minute of the game. And they're just running down to the second tier turrets of Twisted Minds. It's looking pretty bad for them, but once again, it's just that Arashi, that late game potential, that wave clear of Sano is going to come in handy when the time needs it to be.
Actually, on the top side, I thought Sano was going to get a turret at least in exchange for their troubles, but it wasn't even taken. He was kind of so respectful of the potential solo play, the potential gank coming in from the EXP, from the gold laner, from the jungle as well. Just backed out of there, wanting to play it safe. Looking at his items, one item away from the quote-unquote trinity of the marksman, but everyone else, they're just way too squishy at this point. Even their main frontline Sanji, you can see earlier, got obliterated.
Yeah, it's going to be a very late 3-item power spike, man. Usually we see 10, 11 minutes. I think he might get it at the 12th minute, looking at the way or the pace of his farming right now. But it should still be defendable here. Kuffin actually taking a whole lot of damage. Gotta be careful again. Holy Defense is still here to save them. So Twisted Minds will be able to clear out this Lord, but they're going to lose all their tier 2s, that's for sure. GK making quick work out of these waves, out of these turrets. And the Holy Defense in the mid lane has been popped as well. Hoda getting the stun down, forcing a flicker from Smile actually. A bit too overextended there. So Smile still has to be very careful, still has to be very wary of a possible kill threat from Twisted Minds.
Man, it's not just happening on Twisted Minds' side. Even GK Esports, these little things, man, the spell burns, this, overextending by an inch. It's gonna get punished real hard in the international stage if they keep doing this over and over again, man. This is the
for sure
improvement that they need to use, or they need to actually address in the training.
I know, the 6k gold lead. GK actually backing away for quite a bit, but Shen eyes an opportunity.
Opportunity to take the orange buff for free. Takes it away, and man, Twisted Minds are just getting choked down in their own base, man.
Just gonna have to use the minions to their favor, and GK Esports is not just gonna let that one go towards Twisted Minds. Actually, freezing the lanes and all that stuff, getting them as little money as possible, knowing that Sano is gonna pop off if he's given the time. Now, for Twisted Minds, what is the solution to this neutral objective battle? Do you just want to concede and wait for Sano? Do you want to go for the Hail Mary at this point? Because I just don't see that happening for Twisted Minds. I don't think they have an avenue to go in.
We'll see,
but look at this. Copy.
It's already zoning them away, man. Infernal Pursuit, Shen! Oh, flicker forward, ejector over to Troll! Flicker back as well now by Troll. So flicker for flicker. Meanwhile, Sano actually still on The wave up top. This is a split push potential of the Moskov, and so far, it's a Twisted Minds win. It's a Twisted Minds favorable trade. That's another turret that's gone down. And I need to make a move fast. Oh, that's going to be the ejector over to the Earthshatter. Hoda dealing damage over to Zeno, taken down by Dominus Fury. Hoda caught again. In front of pursuit, taking him down. SOD over from Sano to go for some damage. Carvey walking up, canceled out. Sano going for more. Poked down by Smile. 2 for 1, but that's ultimately worth it. They got 2 turrets off of that.
Yeah, that's W's in everyone's book, man. 2 turrets and all that's left. Even the Holy Shield is already triggered by Twisted Minds. And now, at this point of the game, even though the jungler is gone, they might have a chance to actually go for the steal the way GK Esports executed the fight just now at the next neutral objective battle, Arashi.
It was really, really good, man. The fact that the Minion Fury lands on everyone, the fact that Sano got the 3-item power spike right before the fight even begins, that was just so good. But Sano opted to stay there. Now Twisted Minds, rinse and repeat, same play.
Well played.
Mind games. He's playing
Really
chess
well played.
in Dawn of Dawn. No, checkers even.
Oh man, this is incredibly well played here. Twisted Minds holding on to the Lord, and Sano's just gonna stay there. He doesn't need to oh no, he does! Twisted Minds have to hold on this. He has SOD anyways. Oh, way too respectful, and now Lord are gonna be taken to reset. Cuffin caught the ejector. NetherRealm used up already. Cuffin's still able to escape because Troll is able to back him up right there. Buys immortality in time. Sano rotating as well, but Troll is compromised, isolated. A bad call from Twisted Minds. They had control over the Lord. Oh, man.
Oh, sometimes you just gotta gamble with the risk, but Sano playing a bit more safer at this time, which is why he's so far 0 death. But now he might be paying that to his team's favor. Twisted Minds, they're down 6k plus the Lord, second Lord of the game. Can GK Esports actually close it out in this time around?
It's going to be a tall order. You have to remember that they're up against a Minotaur and a Faramis. But this was that play earlier. Again, there was a ejector that allowed the Earthshatter from Sanji to actually land on 2 members. And that was the follow-up coming in from the Minotaur. But look at this. On the bottom left corner, already a base attempt. But you can see the clearing happening for the side of Twisted Minds here. Again, they can't really approach carelessly because they're all fighters. Against a Minotaur and a Faramis, it's going to be very difficult.
No sieging potential, man. Absolutely none. Oh, the 3-man stun over. Shen with the ejector and the flicker combo, but it's over on to Sanji, who's still able to use that primal rat, dealing damage. NetherRealm a bit too late, but Samuel's going to be taken very low, taking down Sano in the midst of it all. Now with the help of the NetherRealm, still able to escape. Zeno walks up, gets the enhanced chain. GK looking for Hoda, getting a 2-man stun. That's an all-in. Sano's just free hitting. GK, they might have been too much, and they could chew. Twisted Minds on the chase. The curtain call coming down. 2 base turrets for GK. But look at the kills. It's 4 for 2. Twisted Minds might be able to go for the push in the mid lane.
Oh, they might go for the push, but I don't think they're just... they're gonna be able to end just now. There's still 1 member there, and the respawn time for Samo is gonna be on time when they're about to take the mid turret. And they actually take it. A lot of value here.
A stun over to Carvey, gets executed before he can do anything. The base wide open, the minions cleared out by Samo. That will deny the end, but man, they've staggered Carvey enough to get more pressure on the map.
Oh boy. No base turrets available, and yet still the aggressors. They're trying to find something instant, something quick right here, but the mid base turret is the only thing they can get. Now it's back to the waiting game, and technically they can still play that macro style. But man, GK Esports, that was a very expensive blunder. Twisted Minds have caught up in gold. And this is a late game with good scaling.
Oh no! He got displaced out of the SOD. Won't be able to connect. Hoda in the back alone up against Smile. Dashing forward, finding the execute. This time the assassination. Shen down. Smile down. Hoda jumping forward over to Samo. Hoda a bit too aggressive, but still, that's the backup. Now with Minus Fury. Getting him some airtime. SOD not ready just yet as that's going to be the winner crown used up. Sanji going for the Earthshatter. Cuffin executing him. 10 seconds for the Lord. GK, they might have made a mistake that could have costed them the game. Twisted Minds on match point 3-1. It's Zeno and Carvey, the two members, the true imports that they brought here to try to win it all. But it's gonna be Twisted Minds still doing enough damage. Down to the mini waves. Carvey buys immortality. Carvey still able to survive. Zeno gets the immortality as well. Smile spawns in back in the game, and that will not be an end angle for Twisted Minds. Hoda will clear up the wave. Samo, 10 seconds necessary for him to respawn. Twisted Minds will go on to the Lord, and they surely will be able to take it with Samo still down. It's free for Twisted Minds. They pulled off the comeback. Now, 18 minutes in, this is an evolved Lord. How do they handle this?
Oh my goodness, the Mission Impossible was executed perfectly by the imports. It was as clutch as it gets, but the job is not done just yet. There's still a tall order for defending this Lord, defending these waves coming in from Twisted Minds. A chance for glory, a chance to get to Malaysia, a chance to represent the MENA region. It's now or never for these guys.
Evolve Lord in the mid lane. Hoda getting the sun down onto Samo. The Frigid Glacier is massive! Finds 4 members. Sano's still free, hitting the back. Minion's Fury from Troll! Despite the fact that they got imports, the full MENA lineup and Twisted Minds will go through the lower brackets, will twist the odds, and will take the victory 4-1.
What a way to close out the season! Twisted Minds! The comeback, the turnaround, the 180 that they pulled in this game is absolutely massive. And this 5 made it all happen in the stage. And we are all witnesses to their greatness in their regions. Congratulations to Twisted Minds, the victor, the champion of Season 6 Mobile Legends Professional League, Middle East and North Africa region.
Wow, man. You give them an inch and they take a mile. You just cannot leave any windows open because Twisted Minds, they'll come at you straight up.
Phenomenal performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Twisted Minds. They're Season 6 champions. A full MENA lineup that was doubted.
لحظات تاريخية جالسين نحضرها الآن.
My goodness.
أبطال Twisted Minds. مباراة كانت
We're gonna take it to our host on the stage to have the ceremony for the winners.
تاريخ يكتب لفريق Twisted Minds. يدا بيد للاعبين Twisted Minds على التروفي ونشوف الفرحة اللي راح نعيشها معنا الآن. توجهوا يا جماعة الخير على التروفي، افرحوا انبسطوا واكتبوا التاريخ اللي راح يكون معاكم. شيل 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 شيل. ألف مبروك يا جماعة الخير، فرحة ولا أجمل جالسين نعيشها الآن مع موبايل ليجن أبطال النسخة السادسة تويستد مايند. التروفي حاليا جميع الفريق كامل حاضر ومتواجد البهجة زي ما انتم شايفين، وحابين اكيد ناخذ مقابلة مع احد لاعبين تويستد مايند، واكيد راح توجه الحوت. تعال تفضل معنا. اهلا وسهلا فيك.
اهلا بيك.
الف الف مليون مبروك.
الله يبارك فيك، بجد الفوز صراحة بس بأمانة يعني كنت متوقع اني هكسب، بس ما توقعتش اني هفرح بالطريقة دي، فرحة حلوة.
كلمة توجهها لجماهير تويستد مايند.
شجعونا والحمد لله عوضناكم على اللي حصل الفاينل اللي فات، وان شاء الله من افضل الافضل.
طريقكم ما كان سهل صراحة، اقصيتوا فرق واسامي وكانت الدنيا عندكم مش افضل شيء، لكن بالاخير عرفتوا كيف تترجمون هالشيء تكونون انتم ابطال لازم.
يعني دي عامة من ميزات الفرق الكبيرة، اخر بتعرف ترجع وبتعرف على الوضع ومنطقات بس.
نشوفكم بالمسك ولا اجمل.
ان شاء الله نعمل حاجة مشرفة للوطن العربي كله.
يعطيك الف 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 شكرا لكم. زي ما انتم شايفين اداء الفريق كان ولا اجمل، مستواهم كان متألق من بداية النقطة، لكن حابين نرحب بالضيف من مونتن ونرحب أكيد بري. صفقة يا جماعة خير. صفقة يا جماعة، نبغى نسمع صوت كثير. Twisted Minds. $30,000. اوه يا تويستد مايند، انبسط يا تويستد مايند، عيش اللحظة يا هنك اليوم. ابطال النسخه السادسه. ثانك يو مستر ري. زي ما انتم شايفين الاوضاع اللي جالسين نعيشها الان بالستيج، فكانت الامور ولا اجمل، والتحديات الاكبر والاوضح معنا في موبايل ليجن. لكن هل يا ترى كيف راح يكون في الام 6؟ لازم نعرف مين هو افضل لاعب، لازم تعطونا توقعاتكم جمهورنا الغالي. مين افضل لاعب معانا؟ صوت اكثر اكثر اكثر. اللاعب سانجي. صفقة سانجي، ما اسمع يا جماعة الخير. افضل لاعب MVP MPL MENA السيزون السادس، $2000. خلونا ايضا نرحب بالمركز الثاني، الفريق اللي قدم اداء ولا اجمل. صفقة الفريق Geekay Esports. يعطيهم العافية الشباب، قدموا مستوى ولا أجمل، كفاية إنهم وصلوا للنهائيات، قدموا مباريات ولا أجمل، وعندنا أمل إنه لسه الفرصة متواجدة معهم. صورة تاريخية لي تويستد مايند جي كي. نبغى الجمهور كلهم يصفقون للفريقين واللاعبين اللي قدموا أداء أفضل من رائع. مشاهدينا الاعزاء، حضورنا الكرام، اتمنى انكم استمتعنا في المينا السيزون السادس. مباريات كانت ولا اجمل، كان عنوانها تويستد مايند ووصيفه ايضا جي كي اي سبورت. لكن راح ننتقل الاستديو نشوف ايش المعلومات اللي كانت معنا في البيست اوف 7.
Twisted Minds, not just the players, but the whole organization. Also, congratulations for Sanji for winning finals MVP of that series, closing out MPL MENA Season 6. Now, Mirko Rashi, do you know that in both Malaysian and also Arabic, the word congratulations is tahniya? Both.
Oh,
that is very interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
Not
I just
familiar,
realized
man.
that.
You would know, Shevin.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Well, again, congratulations.
Exactly.
Because you speak
Congratulations
Arabic,
regardless, bro.
What a way to close it off,
You're
man.
probably declaring that you can speak Arabic earlier. What do you think I meant?
Probably like 0.01% of the vocabulary in Arabic. I can speak it, but yeah. Learning like Arabic for 6 years, by the way. But yeah, what a way to close it out. In game number 5, they were actually in the back foot and able to come back, as we were gonna take a deeper dive into the stats earlier. A composition that's maybe a bit too brave by Geekay Esports, and to be fair, it worked out until the late game comes, Arashi.
I think they really got lost when it comes to actually sieging the base, because that is one of the weaknesses of this strat. You have to remember that back then, 2 fighters in the side lanes was a thing, and the same problem is still there, right? You can keep winning, keep snowballing, but you need to make sure you snowball so hard that even without a gold laner, even without high ground, long range, you can just dive in and seal the deal. The thing is, they're up against a Minotaur and a Faramis. So it's almost like for GK, they shouldn't really go for the win on the neutral objective. They should try and make sure that they win out in a fight and capitalize on a moment where Twisted Minds were just not around, not respawned to actually save their base. But because they allowed that time and they forced the issue with the Lord as they were supposed to, it just allowed Twisted Minds to play this defensive game with so many layers of protection, and it allowed them to eventually come back on top, not in small part due to Sano here, the MVP of the Grand Final Game 6 on that Moskov, just finding a way to to scale all the way to the late game. Even in the itemization, understanding that it doesn't even matter if he doesn't go for the win of nature, he just needs to make sure that he has that damage. And as far as defenses go, the Minotaur and the Faramis can take care of that. All he is concerned about is having enough firepower to burst through the fighters and, possibly just win in a 1v1. Because that was what was the biggest task there, surviving the 1v1, not getting picked off, and he had 0 deaths, which is very cool. But now, take a look at this VT real quick.
حاب أوجه رسالة لكل الفرق. ممكن تكون محظوظ إنك توصل الفاينل، لكن صعب تكون البطل. وإن شاء الله أداءنا بيكون بعد المسكس أداء يعني مختلف عن كل المشاركات السابقة.
Twisted Minds member there that the M6 is gonna be a different beast of MENA representative this time around in the international stage, and they're looking to make a noise finally in the highest of stages in Malaysia, man. But Twisted Minds, from the looks of it, from the evidence that we've shown so far, what do you guys think are the realistic expectations, and like what are the ceilings of this team in the highest of stages?
Oof, the ceilings. I feel like at this point, I think that you can see that there's ideas behind the draft, which is really cool to see, right? They have an idea and a game plan, technically, ideally, how things would go. But I feel like the adjustments and the execution, especially macro-wise, I think you yourself was talking about this, Shevin. Sometimes there's some windows of macro blunders that allows their opponents to really find a glimmer of hope there. And I feel like in the international level, that is definitely going to be something that a lot of teams are going to be looking for, right? When they're trying to go up against the MENA region, especially against so much pressure in that early game. So I think that could be one of the main things they can try to fix, kind of. And if they're able to do so, I think they have interesting potential. What do you think, Mirko?
Yeah, I think it comes down to just a lot of the regions outside of the obviously main regions. The real practice starts when they start boot camping. The real practice starts when they actually get to Malaysia. So if you're asking me right now, I'd probably say it really depends on the draw in the Swiss stage, right? Because we'll have a Swiss stage for M6. If they get a lucky draw, yeah, they'll be able to get a few wins. But if they get the bad draw, I think they're they could very easily be the first ones out of M6 if they play the way they do now. But again, when it comes to a lot of the minor regions that we see around the world, it's all about how they develop and adapt on the go when they get to the venue, when they get to that country and they start boot camping, scrimming with all the world-class teams. And again, you can't really read any of your opponents now in the Swiss stage, right? You technically, you see the draw and then you have a day, maybe 2 days to prepare for your opponents. And I feel like that actually favor a lot of the minor regions. So I really hope Twisted Minds are able to develop even more, because if they stay stagnant like this, if they feel this is enough for the world level, they're not going to make it to the knockout stage, definitely. But if they actually continue to grow, they see this as another, step in the right direction for them to grow, like we've seen throughout the playoffs, I feel like Twisted Minds could actually shock a lot of people in the M6 World Championship.
Oh. Okay, and don't forget to our sponsors as well to make this event happen. And yeah, this event has been amazing so far, and it wouldn't be possible for the sponsors, because so far M6 or like MPL MENA Season 6 has been nothing short of amazing, man. Like, it is just a joy to watch Mirko.
Definitely is, man. It's been phenomenal. Really good stuff here, Mr. Chef Man.
Yeah, and our sponsors are our presenting partner Kiria and our partner esports Saudi Esports Federation and Bigo Life. And of course, this event is also powered by Munton. So thank you so much for all the sponsors to make this event happen, because like if it weren't for you guys, we wouldn't even be here right now. We wouldn't witness this grand finals.
It's always a fun time, honestly. Yeah.
It's a pleasure, right?
We had the chance
it was an honor to cast.
Exactly.
Just yesterday, bro. We got that same mindset, bro, coming into this tournament, man, because it was a pleasure seeing Falcons actually get the dub last time around against Twisted, because I think both of us were kind of rooting for Falcons anyways in the last one, because Twisted, it felt like they were a bit too overconfident. So the fact now that they saw that loss, they improved from it, it humbled them, and they got so much better, is kind of like a full circle for me and Arashi after casting the last grand finals.
You can get to see like a whole story arc for Twisted Minds, at least.
Exactly.
And seeing their growth, I guess, their improvements, I think it's definitely a treat to see. And as always, getting to actually cast for a different region, it's a whole different experience, man. Different picks, different styles. I think it's a great, opportunity, and we're very happy to be here.
For sure, because it's also a good experience to scout out some of the teams that's participating in other regions, right? Because the meta is kind of different. The picks, even the Jawhead, really caught us off guard in the first phase, something that we don't really see in other regions out there, especially in Indonesia. And in MENA, it's just a whole different game here, a whole different flavor, a whole different things that we can enjoy here. A lot of brawls, a lot of good, mechanical plays too. And yeah, and that is it, man, for MPL MENA Season 6 with us, Shefin, Mirko, and Arashi. It's been a joy to cast this. It's been a joy to witness this Grand Final series. So keep supporting Mobile Legends esports wherever it is, other MPL regions, in the international stage, especially in M6. So see you in Malaysia, Twisted Minds.